Distinguished speakers, honorable guests, and dear participants. We are starting the second day of the Second International Congress of Apiterapii in Poland on the topic of biopharmacology of the bee products, the possibility of using bee products in pharmaceutical industry. My name is Mateusz Stojko, and today I'm honored to conduct the upcoming sessions. At the beginning, I would like to present the program of the first scientific session on the second day of the conference, and I would like to ask to pay you a special attention to the conference savoir-vivre. Please introduce yourself, mentioning your name, surname, and the institution you represent. Write a question to the moderator in the chat. The moderator will ask the selected 2 questions to speaker after the lecture, and the remaining questions will be provided by the moderator during the round table. The right to access the desktop screen will be granted by the specialist from the Information Technology Department few minutes before the lecture. Thank you for understanding. We will start the first session from Miss Beat Mackenzie, from the company director of the Bicura from United Kingdom, and the topic of the presentation will be Beehive Air Therapy. Then Zora Plavšić, the president of the First International Medical Society for Apiterapii from Serbia, will talk about the effects of volatile substances in the air of the active beehive in patients with asthma and COPD. Then Ms. Otilia Bobis, the quality manager from Apis Laboratory Life Sciences Institute King Michael I of the Romania, from the Department of Beekeeping and Sericulture, from Faculty of Animal Sciences and Biotechnology from University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine from Romania, will talk about the general nutritional profile of bee products and their potential antiviral properties. Next, the Ivan Lozada Levak from Faculty of Health and Medicinal Sciences School of Allied Health of the Division of Pharmacy of University of Western Australia will talk about the antioxidant activity of phenolic compound determination in propolis. And at the end of the session, the Sengül Alpay Karaglu from the Department of Biology, Faculty of Arts and Sciences, Recep Tayyip Erdogan University from Turkey, will have a presentation about antimicrobial activities of bee products against normal flora and disease-causing microorganisms in humans. In the second session, Mr. Marta Palacz-Wróbel Marta Palacz-Wróbel from the Silesian College of Medicine in Katowice from Poland will talk about the effect of cosmetic prototype based on bee products on the skin condition parameters. Then Professor Narman Seguni will, from the Faculty of Medicine of University of Salah Buniber Constantine from Algeria, will talk about propolis applications and uses in cosmetics. Next, Professor Ardo Sabir from the Faculty of the Dentistry from the University of Makassar from Indonesia will discuss the topic of using propolis in conservative dentistry and endodontic treatment. And at the end of the session, Dr. Rafael Feliti, the coordinator of the section Dentistry of the International Federation of Apiterapii from Uruguay, we'll talk about the uses of propolis in dentistry. So we will start the presentation by Beaty McKenzie, the company director of Beecura from United Kingdom, about Beehive Air Therapy.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon and good evening from wherever you are in the world taking part in this presentation. My name is Beate McKenzie. I am originally German, as you probably can hear from my accent, but I live in the UK for a very long time with my family and the many bees we've got here. I'm here to present today more information about Beehive Air Therapy. Beehive Air is probably the least known product from the beehive, and it is not very much studied, but it has, same as any of the other beehive products, fantastic benefits for humans and animals alike. So let me share my screen with you. 1 second. And just tell you a little bit more about Beecura. So Beecura is really a small family business founded by my father, Jürgen Schmiedken. And he is a long-term beekeeper for over 50 years, I would say now. And bees have always been his hobby. He learned it from his father. And I grew up with bees all my life too. We used to beekeep very commercial for many years, and mainly used the honey from the hive to treat our ailments as ailments in our family. About 2001, we went to a local Apiterapii Congress and met with Dr. Stefan Stancazio and really learned the first insights of apitherapy. We got interested and we made changes to how we look after our bees and learned more about the fantastic products in the hive. Then a couple of years later, my nephew developed some health problems with his breathing. And again, we went to a conference in Passau in Germany, and there Hans Musch presented his device on Beehive Air. And we thought it's such a fantastic idea, and we got stuck into it, bought a couple of devices, and started in our Apitherapii center. With success, my nephew got much better, and really we looked into, okay, how does this work? My father is a natural curious person. He has a background in electronics. He's a businessman, and he quickly identified that none of the devices on the market were without fault. So why develop a new device? And just to bring a new device on the market was no point. So really the aim was to develop a device that is set as a medical device that can be introduced into the medical industry. The way to do that was quite long, hard, and expensive, but so worthwhile. We worked with the technical university and really went through the process of how to get the device medically certified. So a requirement for medical beehive air therapy is that you have to treat patients in a bee-proof or bee-free room or therapy center. So the patient has limited risk to be stung by bees because they may be allergic to the bee sting and not know about it. So you have to take that risk away. So the effect that we used to do in the past, and bear in mind, that's actually a photo from our back garden. That's how we used to do beehive air, just on the hive, the old beekeeping methods. We had to change everything. It has to be done in the most highest standards with organic wooden hives, indoors is really the way to go. In that process, we also had to develop a therapy center as part of the registration process to prove that the process itself, not just device, but the process itself, is that the patient is at the forefront of the whole thinking process. So making sure that the patient is safe in every moment of that therapy, then you can call it therapy. So we developed a therapy center. Here is just a virtual view of it. And there are 3 to 5 treatment spaces. So you would have 6 to 10 hives inside the therapy center. This is actually what a center looks like from the inside. So the patient sits inside. The beehives are inside, but they fly out. The windows are specially designed that they open outside. So when the beekeeper does do an inspection, that they have an easy way to get out of the therapy center. And if there are, any bees left behind, the beekeeper can quickly hoover them up with a hand hoover and just put them outside to save them. The storage cabinet is designed again in mind that it is secure for bees not to get in any nooks and crannies. So it holds 4 devices in there and individual patient boxes, because every patient needs their individual patient box to make sure that same with syringes in the surgery, you wouldn't clean a syringe and then share it with the next patient. So every patient needs their own patient set. They are named, they have their individual information in there, and they can be either stored in the center or they can bring them to their individual session. This is what the Beecura system actually consists of. So it's an individual hive lid. They get made to measure for existing standard hives that exist. It's got a folded cover, and the device, the suction device, fits perfectly on top. The suction hood is made of medically grade plastic, and it's insulated, so it keeps the warmth of the hive air, and it sucks up the air from the hive very consistently. That's why it has this large rectangular shape. The electric or the control unit you see in the middle of the picture is a in-house development. It's got a fan inside that is being used in hospitals in nighttime breathing ventilators. And the individual patient box has a mask, a valve, and a heated medical hose in there. Again, the valve that you see on the left bottom of the picture is an in-house development. The valve is developed so that the patient cannot breathe back into the hose. What we found with other commercial hoses you can just buy in any DIY store is that when the patient breathes back into the hose, it builds condensation, and that's actually not good for the patient. We found before we developed this device with the previous device we used, that patients consistently fell asleep or they became really, really tired. And it was the reason because they were breathing in their own breath back in. So with the 2 membranes you see in the picture, the air actually gets taken out and it locks the valve, so no room air can enter into the hose or into the mouthpiece. The heated hose itself is heated due to the reason that the warm air from the hive, which is around 36 degrees, stays consistent warm and reaches the patient's mouth directly. And that was tested with the Technical University in Dresden in Germany, where they found commercial hoses where the hose is not heated, only up to 10% of the volatiles from the beehive actually reach the patient. That's not to say, even 10% will show benefit, because you will ask any beekeepers or therapy centers that do beehive air wellness, for example, with any other device, they talk about all the benefits their customers will tell. So it's still beneficial. But if we talk about medical beekeeping, we needed to go with the highest standard. Again, this is a medical device that's been used in hospitals. Now, to get this device medically certified, we had to create a quality management system and an audit system. So the device gets runs through an endurance check every time, and we have to requalify with the audit to stay medically certified every single year. So it's a rigid process where they look at all the different processes, all the documentation you have. There are thousands and thousands of pages of documents you have to create and file and make sure they're up to date to ensure that you were following these standards. But we got it done within 3 years. In 2019, we got the certification. And really, we also had to include a clinical trial at the beginning. So this was another criteria we had to do in order to prove that the device that's been used is actually safe for the patient. And it was based on the Medical Device Regulation, MDR, which is now turned into the into the European Device Regulation. So first, it was signed up for the German Medical Device Directive, but that has been in 2017 changed to the Medical Device Regulation. So now the device is certified across Europe, and European law is succeeding the individual laws in the European countries. So why was that so important? Because the Medical Device Directive says when a medium, any medium, in this case it's bee air, enters directly into the human body via a device, it has to be a medical device. And that's why we had to be very careful and very specific in the materials we used, the processes we created in order to follow these very strict processes. We also had the aim, the goal, that beehive air can be offered as part of apitherapy as a natural form of healing, of treating people. And that therapy centers get created next to hospitals, next to rehabilitation centers where people, suffer with lung conditions, upper respiratory tract conditions, where other medicines don't work anymore and they needed a different possibility. And we have therapy centers across Germany now. We have therapy centers next to rehabilitation centers, and it's working fantastically. I will go into more details later. Part of the clinical trial we had to do was an independent blind study. In this case, it was conducted in 2018, so we registered for it in 2017, but as it's a seasonal product, we had to wait till 2018. The indication was COPD, so a chronic lung condition. There were 30 patients involved. 15 of them were treated with beehive air and 15 without, and it was a blind study, so nobody knew. We had independent medical doctors conducting this study, and the assessment was via questionnaire, and they all got lung function tests before, during, and after. This then led to the approval in 2019, and the device was classified as a medical device and as safe. So when we now look at a medical beehive air compared to wellness beehive air, there are certain standards that need to be adhered to. And I've just listed a couple of them here. I've written an article on our website that goes into more detail of the individual standards. We also do trainings on the individual standards that are important for the apiary and beekeeping. And to me personally, it's quite logical. So, when you are working with the bees and you want to get the best out of it, you have to provide the best service to the bees, as well as the patient. So you're looking at the materials you use, what you feed your bees, how you treat them against varroa. And the whole purpose is to keep the air as clean, by clean as mean free of chemicals as possible. And that's also looking at the surrounding of where you are placing your therapy center. If you place it in a very toxic environment in the inner city, that's the least beneficial than if it's in a rural area or in a nature park where there is no pollution or the least pollution, and there's lots of greenery for bees to forage on. A criteria for medical beehive air therapy is also chemical-free beekeeping. The beekeepers in Austria actually have developed a device, which is a varroa controller. I've put a link here to their website, and there's actually a presentation that Professor Wolfgang Wimmer did early this year at our first Beehive Air Therapy Congress. And it's about an hour long. You can also find it on our YouTube channel. It's fantastic, really, to see that there are possibilities where you can look after the bees, treat them naturally without putting chemicals in. Because if you use any chemicals on treating the hives with varroa, then you can't do beehive air for at least a month, because you need to make sure that there's no chemicals that any patient could inhale. That's so vital, especially when we're talking about medical beehive air therapy. So it's a big no-no to use chemicals. And there's a big discussion going on about this particular subject. If you're doing wellness and if you provide it for your family and friends, it's your choice what you do. I personally would still say, if you're treating someone else other than you're taking the risk. So make sure you really think about these kind of things in great detail. Our system is developed to be really used as a commercial or as a business product. You can use it in two ways: for personal use, or for your family and friends, if you just want to try it out and see how it works, or you have a health condition that you want to treat yourself. I mean, if you're a beekeeper and you've got lung conditions, just open your hives and inhale the air directly, I would say. But if you have got family and friends and you want to support them, you could use our devices as well. However, you have to be careful that you take the whole risk. You can't provide medical treatments. You can't practice any medicine because you're not medically trained. You're fantastically trained in beekeeping and you know everything about it. But if you haven't got a medical certificate to say that you can treat people, then please don't. If you decide this to work as a business to provide beehive air to patients, then it is vital to work with a medical practitioner, someone who has studied the subject of medicine, who can assess people, who can provide information on when they can take what medication alongside beehive air therapy, when they can reduce their medication, because a beekeeper or a therapy operator will not be able to give that information to patients and must not give that information. So that's really down to the general practitioner to decide. How does it work? So the general practitioner would, before the very first session of the patient, do an anamnese test and examination with the doctor. They also do a 10-minute breathing test 24 hours before the therapy center, and usually they pick a day in the week where they do a couple of patients alongside, and then they send them to the center for their treatment sessions, and they would let the center operator know how many sessions that individual patient would be allowed to take. The practitioner does not need to be at every single session. but the staff gets trained by us on how to run the center, how to look after the patients while they're doing the treatment session, because it's important that they're also trained for allergic reactions and anaphylactic shock so that they can do first aid in these cases. That's really important in case anything happens. Nothing happened so far, but you need to be prepared. In terms of standardization, together with our medical team, we've created the anamnesis questionnaires, and that's really to standardize, to find out what are the historical backgrounds, medical background for the individual that is being treated. And that's really important to have that standard to create, to do it for analysis later on as well. This now includes also a corona section, a new section, because we found last year patients who would come to our center for hay fever treatment or for their asthma. They explained during the session, actually, I lost my sense of smell, or I had COVID and I can't really taste anymore. And through a couple of sessions, they had benefits and they got better. They got their smell back. They got their taste back. And that's when we realized, oh, of course, that's an upper respiratory tract condition as well. We need to investigate that further. And we have so much success this year because we are focused on it specifically. And we are just getting to the results because the season is just finished. But I can tell you a little bit about it in a short while. We also developed a questionnaire for each of the patients where we analyze what their condition is, how they felt before the session started, the very first session. You can do these also during the treatment sessions. And very importantly, you do this questionnaire at the end of their treatment cycle. That really helps to identify, has the treatment helped for them alongside of what the doctor finds out from doing their tests at the end of the treatment cycle as well. This year, we also launched an online patient and management tool, and this really helps again to standardize and really get closer to the medical standards that we want. This is really important because with this system, you now not use paper to write everything down and have paper here and there, but it's all online. So you can block times for the individual patients. You can block time on which hive Mr. X is sitting at what time. And in case anything ever happens, you can look back and say, oh, this patient sat on this hive at this time, or something happened to the hive, where you have to say, how many patients did I have during that period of time? Who was it? On which hive did they sit? That's really, really important to have this traceability to the very end to the patient, because that's part of the medical requirements as well. You can look forward in how many bookings you have and compare that between the first year, the second year, per week, per month, per year. And then, looking at what can you actually treat with Beehive Air. Beehive Air is a seasonal therapy that has to be said. So it can only be done during bee season. And in the Northern Hemisphere, it's usually between April, May to August, September. And you can treat anything in the upper respiratory tract conditions. So hay fever, very common, very, I say, easy to treat. Average is around 6 sessions for 30 minutes. Asthma from around 12 sessions. Chronic lung condition also around 12. We usually say about 25 is a good number. Infection, sinuses, bronchitis. Dr. Stefan Zakasio yesterday mentioned also depression. So, we've got cancer patients that feel like their lung capacity is much better. They feel more alert when they had Beehive Air, and they would take that in between their chemotherapy. here's just a little bit of experience, just very briefly. I'm going to run through from 2021 to 2022. We haven't finished the season quite yet, so we are just in the analyzing phase of it. And this is just a very small sample of 32 patients that have been analyzed through our system, where they either had a significant improvement with Beehive Air, a slight improvement, or no improvement at all. And this is really why medical Beehive Air therapy is so important, because now we can start doing these kind of analysis and really looking at what really made a difference and how can it be used for X, Y, or Z condition. So here we have got 20 of the 32 patients. They had 30-minute treatment sessions, and the number of treatment sessions on the top. So really a broad variety. Primarily it's allergies, pollen allergies, asthma, breathing difficulties. This presentation is available afterwards, so you can look into more detail. You can ask me any questions if you want. I will just run through with this quickly. A slight improvement with these set of patients. So you can see still the number is relatively low. So you would not think they would have 30, 50, 60 sessions in order to get a slight improvement. Actually, it starts really quickly where patients see an improvement in their health. Patients that felt there were no improvement. So we did have 4 patients that tried it out. When you look at, okay, if you have 3 sessions and you feel no improvement, you do have to have that at least a bit consistency. Same with asthma and COPD. These are, long-term in most cases and quite severe conditions. 6 sessions will not do. So we recommend at least 12 to get a slight improvement. So this was, when at the time it was taken, it was only 6 sessions. Of course, they wouldn't have had any significant improvement, and you get this odd person where you try it for a long time and their condition might not change. But the really important thing is that no one had deteriorating effects from Beehive Air, and that was really important. This is just to show here from a different view to say we looked at the COPD patients before they started their treatment session, how they felt. After they had the treatment sessions finished, so their cycle was finished, their well-being improved quite significantly. And then the gray bar is what's the level of improvement, because you can't compare COPD patient with COPD patient. You need to really look at what's the level of improvement for the individual patient, for the different types of conditions that they are. And if the level of improvement is consistently going up or is consistent level, then that's really what you want to look at. The same, we had a couple of COVID patients, again, improvement. There was one person there that didn't understand the questionnaire, but because, it's data, we have to include everything. As you can see, asthma patients, again, you can see there is quite significant improvement just with, a small number of treatments that have been carried out. And when we say recommend further, then, patients, they come for 2-3 seasons rather than just, a week or 2 in 1 year. Hay fever, again, can be treated as simple as 3 days, 2 sessions a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. And we had some really significant. So the majority of our patients are hay fever, asthma, COPD patients. I also wanted to include a little bit of information of how do you run a therapy center. So this is just a very busy page to show a therapy center with 3 spaces, 4 spaces, and 5 treatment spaces. You always need 2 hives, 2 strong organic hives to make up 1 space for 1 Bikura system. The reason behind that is it was tested that the best amount or the best time would be 15 minutes on a hive to give the bees enough time to, to reblemish the air afterwards, you have 45 minutes. And you can only do Beehive Air, or you should only do Beehive Air Therapy at temperatures above 15 degrees Celsius and good weather, so no rain season. If there's one day of rain and you have one patient that really, really can't stop the therapy, you could just open a couple more, let them breathe 5 minutes on, several hives rather than just 2. But that's really it shouldn't be standard. That's the extraordinary situation. But really, when it's raining, that's why you need to work with a weather forecast. Your patients should look at the weather forecast. If it's cold, if it's raining, there's no Beehive Air Therapy possible, unfortunately. But you can run your center primarily, what we found is in the afternoon, in the evening. That's also when the air is even the strongest and when more people have time to come. So we leave hours open till 9, 10 o'clock, and it works fantastically. And in terms of profitability, so if you think of it as a business, what can you make of it? So you've got full capacity usage and 20% capacity, which is very realistic in terms of treatment sessions that you can do. Again, any questions on this? This is what we calculated for ours. Other centers have other calculations, and that's absolutely fine. Then in terms of what would you charge patients, because it's still a private treatment, they would pay for every single session. We charge £60 for a treatment for 30 minutes, and they would start with a base, with a foundation block, which is 6 sessions. That's a minimum to start. And the patient box is calculated into that block. So they would get their patient box with that. And then they can up or down, depending on how many sessions they want. Sometimes they come out, I need 2 more sessions, and that's absolutely fine. The treatment itself gets prescribed by our medical doctor, and they also do the invoicing. Again, this is our calculation. Other therapy centers have different pricings. It's really thinking about, when you're talking about what do you see is possible. And when people see the benefit of how it works, they pay for it. If they suffer for a very long time and deeply, and they get the benefit from it, it is working. So we have no problem with this pricing structure, if that makes sense. Other news. So we've also now got a marketing service for our therapy center partners across the world, where they can use our marketing materials, the publication of their therapy center, where you can now find their therapy centers on our website, registered, a warranty service after the initial 3 years, where they can make sure that their devices get 100% checked and making sure that they're functioning very well. And the online booking service is currently just available in German, but the release for the English version is planned for next year. So hopefully we will have that available as well. And that really is to make sure that we find this standard, that medical standard across the centers that run to our standards alongside around the world, to ensure that we build this medical standard so that, yes, the hive in the air might be slightly different from where you are, but the standard of how the bees looked after, the standard of how the patient gets treated and how we analyze the data should be the same wherever you go. And then just I wanted to show you Bikura since 2019, when we first launched the Bikura system at the Apimondia in Montreal, has now really become a global product. And it's fantastic to see our partners in Canada, in the Api Wellness Center that's just launched in August last month. They're providing medical beehive air. We've got partners in Australia, with Ruth and Simon and their therapy center. We've got partners in Haiti. You would think on a small island, yes, they do Bikura Beehive Air. And of course, the European market is our stronghold at the moment still. Just to summarize briefly, and I'm sorry if I run over my time, it's the reason why, again, I said it at the beginning, the reason why we developed Bikura system was to improve the patient's experience and the assessment to create a standardized questionnaire and medical history, to really have this medical standard that is so important in order to get it accepted by the medical industry, get it accepted by insurance companies. So, for example, in Austria, there are certain private insurances that are already accepting this form as an alternative treatment, and they reimburse the treatment sessions to the individual patients. And this now gives us the opportunity for more medical studies. So when you will ask me, I'm sure you will, how many studies have been done? Close to none still. But we have the trial, we have a medical device, we have a clinical study that is being done to showcase the volatiles in the Beehive Air have been studied with the Technical University. Professor Speer and his team have classified around 55 volatiles in the air, primarily propolis and beeswax, as Dr. Stankatsi also clarified. And these studies have also been done in Brazil. They have been done in the Middle East. They have been done in Norway. So we know from different parts of the world, it's around 50 to 60, I would say, volatiles, very similar in the air. So we know what's in the air. We have a medical device. We know a person's medical condition. Now it's really to study from the medical industry to go, okay, my patient has this condition. We know this is in the air. We have a device. Let's study how it actually affects the person, so we can standardize, the next cycle of this fantastic journey. And that's really me, and that's my dad, as you can see in the picture. If you have any question, you can ask me later. You can email or WhatsApp or whichever channel you want to use. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you found this interesting. Maybe I've inspired someone to start Beehive Air wellness or therapy, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. And now I want to apologize because due to some technical issues, I did not present you the most recent versions of today's session's program of the first session. So now I want to present you this program once again, the most recent version of this program. So we just finished the presentation of Beaty McKenzie about Beehive Air Therapy. Then we will have the presentation of Zora Plavšič of effects of volatile substances in the air of active beehive in patients with asthma and COPD. Then next presentations will be the presentation of the Ottilia Bobbies about general nutritional profile of bee products and their potential antiviral properties. Next presentation will be of the Cristina Matescu about increasing the nutritional value of the bioavailability of the bee pollen for food supplements and as active ingredient in the apitherapeutics. Then Ivan Lozada-Levak will talk about the antioxidant activity and the phenolic compound determination and in propolis. As the next, Professor Sengul Alpei Karagolu will talk about the antimicrobial activities of bee products against normal flora and disease-causing microorganisms in humans. And now the Zora Plavšič, the president of the First International Medical Society for Apiterapii from Serbia, will talk about the effects of volatile substances in the air of active beehive in patients with asthma and COPD. Please turn on your microphone. On the left side, on the bottom of the screen, you have to unmute your microphone, please. Excuse me, but we still can't hear you. Please unmute your microphone on the left.
Just a second.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you very much. Okay.
I'll find it. Let's go back to my presentation.
Okay, and now you can share your screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much.
This is not the first slide, but I don't know how to go to the first slide. Okay. I'm Dr. Zorica Plavšić. I'm coming from Belgrade, Serbia, and I'm the president of the first international medical apiterapii association in Serbia. I don't know why my slides are going fast. Can you help me? The main cause of symptoms with asthma and COPD or allergic sneezing is hypersensitivity of the mucosa and bronchial hyperresponsiveness. Bronchial hyperresponsiveness, BHR, is defined as the excessive bronchial narrowing and manifests itself as an exaggerating bronchoconstrictor response of the airways to virus inhaled stimuli. Bronchial hyperactivity is an important measure of airway reliability in asthma and may be measured by bronchial challenge, commonly after exercise, after inhalation of cold air, or with the pharmacological stimuli such as metaholin. The airway of asthmatics individuals are characterized by T helper cells, Th2 profile inflammation, consisting of an overabundance of eosinophils, mast cells, and Th2 lymphocytes. These inflammatory cells release mediators that trigger bronchoconstriction, mucus secretion, and remodeling. It is the structural change of airway tubes. We maintain a constant temperature in the hives around 35 to 37 degrees Celsius. That warm, moist air from the hive contains a large number of volatile substances originating from honey, propolis, and other bee products. In practice, it has been shown that controlled inhalation of these volatile substances can achieve positive effects in the prevention, treatment, and the prevention of exacerbation of asthma, COPD, or pollen allergy. Main particles in the air from the hive are oxygenated hydrocarbons, nitrogenous hydrocarbons, alkaloids, fatty acids, lipids, steroids, kind of hormones, isoflavonoids, carotenoids, terpenes, essential oils, pherohormones, alcohols, enzymes, antibiotics, phytohormones. All of them are produced by the bees inside the hive. Very interesting and famous investigator, Tiago Guardia from Brazil, he is working in Canada, present his paper characterizing the volatile components presented in the air of beehive on the 46 Apiterapii in Montreal in Canada. And this is the most accurate report of volatile substances from beehives. On the previous slide, I summarized all the substances that he extracts from the beehive air. Another group of authors present another article in a journal of King University in July 2021. And we can see that Beehive Air has antimicrobial effect on especially two very often active bacteria in the bronchial system. Here is the summarized action of substances from the Beehive Air. And my recommendation is that inhalation in upper chamber should be performed from April, May to September, October, depending on the weather. It is performed primarily on warm, sunny days when bees collected the nectar. The temperature of the hive between 35 and 37 degrees is ideal to achieve the optimal content of volatile substances in the air from the hive. Due to people who are allergic to pollen, follow the pollination calendar for the area where the upper chamber is located, and also the flowering of the plants in the immediate vicinity of the upper chamber should also be monitored. Therapy should be always performed in cooperation with the physician. In upper chamber, patients should wear clothes made of natural materials without shoes, only in socks made of natural materials. Pharmacists agree that the drug has the best effect when we can put it directly on the affected area. This is exactly the condition we meet when patients with respiratory problems breathe air directly from the hive, the children or the adult. But before the inhalation, take the information about the onset of the disease, symptoms, and possibly hereditary, because it is necessary to define the scope and duration of the treatment. It is also necessary to examine the possible existence of allergies to bee products, especially bee venom and bee pollen. You can do a prick test. It's a common test for testing a patient for allergy. Then the number of two kinds of white blood cells, eosinophils and basophils, and the total amount of Ig immunoglobulin in the blood of the patient, and the total amount of specific IgE immunoglobulins from a bee venom. When these tests are negative, it gives security to the apiterapist that no side effect will occur during the inhalation. Usually, I haven't seen any information about side effects of inhalation, but just in case, do all these tests before we recommend the inhalation. The conditions for the best air quality from the hive is to have a good, healthy bee colony, proper hive ventilation to protect the bee colony from overheating or moisture retention and condensation. High degree of hygiene in the hive is provided by the bees themselves, but it is up to owner to take care about high degree of hygiene in the chamber. It is very important to choose a quality material for beehives and quality material for upper chamber. You build the upper chamber, and also the high degree of hygiene of the inhalation system. When you inhale, it is important that the air is going through the nose, then through the pharynx, then larynx, trachea, and then through the big bronchia right and left, and then to the smaller and smaller bronchial tubes until the air reaches the alveolar sacs. All those volatile substances cannot pass through alveolar barrier and to go to the bloodstream. But on this road from the nose to the alveolar, they are doing these positive effects of all volatile substances. You can use inhalation in the prevention when the individuals are in remission of the disease or in a healthy person. Those persons will provide some time inside the air chamber. Children can play some games, persons can read or doing breathing exercise. It's very interesting. When we properly breathe, it is the best way to bring the oxygen to our bloodstream and to every cells in our body. Repeat the inhalation therapy several times during the season because the positive effects of the inhalation last for 6 to 8 weeks. But it is important that the ears should be open at least 3 hours before the person comes into the upper chamber. When you use inhalation to treat some diseases of the respiratory system, inhalation should be always with a special design inhalation system with a mask. And start with the inhalation when the first symptom appear. Don't wait, but never use such inhalation during the asthma attack. It may foresee the situation within a patient. The inhalation could last 10 to 15 minutes twice a day within 10 to 15 days. And use only the equipment such as a Beehive system, which is the best one at this moment. Use only the equipment that is designed and constructed for inhalation in upper chambers. You can add to your patient other apiterapies such as honey, propolis, in age-appropriate doses orally, or in the inhalation of the water solution of honey and propolis using an ultrasonic inhaler. It is usually with the children. And don't say to patients to stop with their medicaments according to the specialist prescription. Give them at the same time the medicaments and the apitherapy, and they will give the synergistic effect for your patient. We know that the health benefits of volatile substances from the beehives are proven as a positive effects on the general condition of the people, positive effects on individuals suffering from bronchial hyperactivity, asthma, or COPD, positive effects on immunomodulation, antioxidant, antibacterial, antiviral, and antifungal effects in the patient. Some suggestions from the future, as I said also just before, beehive aromatherapy has a positive effects in the treatment of respiratory tract disorder, but further investigations and well-documented clinical studies on a larger number of patients are needed. Further investigations are also needed to examine other biological effects of beehive air and determination of the real function of these volatiles and their actual role in the treatment. Profiling air from beehive from different localities and from bees reared on different crops or different climate could provide stronger information on the variations in volatile compounds. It would be the best if we can determine the chemical requirement in the air from the hive in the certain upper chamber. This is the bibliography, some picture from upper chamber. My friends has it, such chamber near Belgrade, and they just started last year. So I hope that we will have more patients. Usually some family members and friends of this family comes to the air chamber, but we would like to see the patients with bronchial hyperactivity and to follow the effect of the inhalation of the volatile substances. Thank you very much for your attention. You can find me on my email or Viber, so that we can be in a connection in the future. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much for this very interesting speech. As a next, Otilia Bobis, the quality manager of API's Laboratory of Life Sciences of Institute King Michael I of Romania of the University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine from Romania, will have a presentation about the general nutritional profile of bee products and their potential antiviral properties.
Thank you for these. Thank you very much for the organizers, and especially for Anna, which invited me.
Excuse me for a second, just please, can you make the full screen presentation?
Yes, I see that it's full screen. You don't see full screen?
No, we don't see full screen because you have to share not share only the PowerPoint presentation, but use the share whole screen button in the Zoom application.
Okay. Share. It's okay now?
Oh, okay. It's okay. Thank you very much.
Good. So again, my name is Otilia Bobiș. I'm a senior researcher at the University of Agricultural Science and Veterinary Medicine from Cluj-Napoca, Romania. And today I want to talk to you about bee products, their nutritional profile, and potential benefits as antiviral products. Why we are talking about bee products? Because as we all know, in the past years, we have confronted a very severe viral disease, which was treated, and again, bee products were shown to have a very much help in the prevention and treatment of this disease. With this occasion, we have the chance to demonstrate once again the real value of bee products and the reason more to keep the bees alive and healthy, to give us in return these wonderful products. As the organizer mentioned, I'm the quality manager for the Laboratory for Quality Control of Bee Products and Bee Diseases from our university, which is a reference laboratory accredited by the Romanian Organism of Accreditation to perform quality analysis of bee products, quality and also properties of these bee products. As you all know, bee products are healthy natural products made by the bees, using as raw ingredients nectar, pollen, and different resins from outside the hive, which they mix with own substances to have these products which we are using, mainly honey, bee pollen, and bee bread, propolis, royal jelly, apilarnil wax, and bee venom. Talking generally about bee products, which show their antiviral activity, is especially by blocking the virus entering, inhibiting the replication of the viruses once they are in the human body, stimulates the immune response of the body and show virucidal efficiency, and not least by enhancing the common efficiency of medicine antivirals. Now let's take each and every bee product, as my title said, showing nutritional value, and show what are the components from these bee products which exhibit antiviral activity. As we all know, honey is made especially for sugars, monosaccharides, disaccharides, and trisaccharides, water, and other minor components like amino acids, organic acids, wide complex of vitamins, volatile compounds, mineral salts, and not least phenolic compounds came from pollen and nectar of the plants. Antiviral mechanisms are summarized in this scheme because viral infections are considered as the most prevalent and deadly infections among all other microbial infections, because many viruses remain infectious for a long period of time in dry mucus. Several investigations have determined the therapeutic impact of honey and its bioactive compounds against many viral infections. They may counter against the respiratory syncytial virus, varicella zoster virus, influenza, herpes simplex virus, immunodeficiency viruses, rubella virus, AIDS, rhinoconjunctivitis, gingiostomatitis, viral hepatitis, rabies, and the most recent one, SARS-CoV-2. The bioactive components, such as some classes of flavonoids, quercetin, kaempferol, crizin, or luteolin, may provide antiviral activity by preventing the entry or entrapment and replication of the virus, as it's shown in the scheme. Different types of honeys were tested against different viruses. Studies are available in the literature. Most of the studies were made in vitro, and they show promising results. Regarding honey, the viral organisms that were tested in different studies are, as you can see, SARS-CoV-2, rubella virus, influenza virus, herpes simplex virus, and HIV. The tested models in vitro were different types of cells, like baby hamster kidney cell line, bone marrow derived hematopoietic stem line, splenic cells, Vero cells, Madin-Darby canine kidney cells, peripheral blood mononuclear cells. And also for honey, there were some studies with the human models tested for herpes simplex and HIV. And all these studies in these human models, some comparison with chemical medicine were made. Okay. Next, bee products. We are talking about pollen and bee bread. Why we choose to have these two bee products together? Because they have similar chemical composition. Even though bee bread is more permissive with the chemical substances that are good for our body, their composition is quite similar. Bee pollen and bee bread have a very equilibrated chemical composition, equilibrated in terms of carbohydrates, in terms of water, in terms of lipids and proteins. A high amount of vitamins and minerals, and also natural colorants like carotenoids are available in bee pollen and bee bread, and for this reason they are very good products if we are talking about nutritional properties. But also they can show antiviral activity. It's true, not many studies were made until now for bee pollen and bee bread antiviral activity, but our research found two important studies. One was made in 2016, which investigated the anti-influenza activity of some bioactive compounds extracted from fresh bee pollen, and they all show anti-influenza activity. As I told you before, luteolin was the most effective in this study against this influenza virus. A study which was published this year investigated the antiviral effect of bee bread and bee pollen against enterovirus with promising results also. So bee pollen and bee bread can be a path to follow for the researchers, because there are not so much studies comparing to honey and other bee products, as you will can see, to see these bee products antiviral activity. Propolis is a resinous natural substance which the bees made from different resins collected outside the hive from different trees, different plants, mix it with wax and bring to the hive to have this antibacterial properties in the hive, and for this reason the humans also use propolis. It's not let's say the chemical composition is more simple but more complex in the same time, because in propolis we have different balsams, aromatic and essential oils, other substances, but the most important part of propolis are phenolics, phenolics with different classes of flavonoids, and also free phenolic acids. What is the most important is that in propolis we found ugly cones of flavonoids and free phenolic acids. So these are let's say most helpful than if we found in other bee products we found these phenolic substances linked to sugars or other types of molecules. This is the reason that propolis have this very much or very high bioactive activity. And I mentioned here pollen. So pollen in propolis is present, I would say, accidentally. Because the raw material for propolis is resins and balsams. So it's not, these are not collected by the bees in the flowering period of the respective trees. And if we say poplar type propolis, we would not found the pollen of poplar in propolis, but other pollens that are in that period present in the area of collection. So I would say that pollen in propolis could be a geographical marker of origin more than botanical marker of origin. The antiviral activity of propolis was also studied with different viral organisms and with different tested model cells. So here we found in our literature study canine distemper virus, herpes simplex virus, human rhinoviruses, varicella zoster viruses, herpes simplex 1 and 2, with different model types of cells: African green monkey kidney cells, HeLa cells, Vero leptin cells, maiden Darby bovine kidney cells, with very good results tested in vitro on different propolis extracts. Bee venom. Bee venom is a bee product which came only from the secretion of one gland of the bee, so no raw material from outside the hive. For this reason, the chemical composition is more simple. It's a mixture of proteins and peptides with melitine, which is which we found in the highest amount in bee venom. Other peptides present are phospholipase A, hyaluronidase, acid phosphatase, and histamine. The antiviral activity of bee venom was again studied in a lot of studies made by different research groups. And we have again different viral organisms a lot, such as vesicular stomatitis virus, Coxsackie virus, herpes simplex virus. We can see that herpes simplex virus is very can be let's say treated with different bee products, because we saw this viral organism in the studies of all bee products until now. So influenza A virus, dengue virus, hepatitis C virus, which is very important. So bee venom in hepatitis C virus treatments, Japanese encephalitis virus, lumpy skin disease virus, and as tested models, we have human embryonic kidney cells, maiden Darby canine, human epithelioma cells, Vero cells, hepatocytes derived from carcinoma cells, breast cancer cells. So this study is very important. I will give you at the end the bibliography. So bee venom, it's a very good bee product with high antiviral activity. Royal jelly. Royal jelly is another bee product which is a secretion of worker bees with a very equilibrated and rich chemical composition. Why? Because it's the food for the queen the only food for the queen which the queen receives during her entire entire life. So we have here carbohydrates, we have water. Royal jelly is the bee product with the highest amount of water in the chemical composition. We have lipids, we have proteins, we have large list of vitamins, including vitamin A, the whole group of vitamins B, vitamin C, vitamin D, so very important, and a lot of minerals. The water content may be found up to 70%, but the quality of lipids and proteins, mainly amino acids and fatty acids, make from this bee product very important bee product in terms of nutrition, and also a candidate for antiviral properties. Again, I have to say that royal jelly must be studied in the near future, because there are few studies which investigated the antiviral activity of royal jelly, but they show significant antiviral activities against SARS-CoV-2, which is very important, against Coxsackie virus and herpes simplex virus. Why am I saying that the royal jelly have this wonderful activity? Well, wonderful, because we are talking about viruses and nothing is wonderful, but it's wonderful that we can find natural treatments against SARS-CoV-2. And as we saw until now, propolis is a very good candidate. There are a lot of studies, both in vitro and in vivo with patients. And we now see that royal jelly is another bee product which should be used in developing a different treatment scheme for this virus. Even beeswax, because we know that beeswax it's not do not have let's say nutritional value, but due to its components, esters and diesters of fatty acids, some free fatty acids, fatty alcohols, hydroxy monoesters, which are found in this secretion of the sericogen of the wax glands of the bees, may have also this. Maybe in mixture with other bee products, may have antiviral activities. Only one studies we found in our literature study, which evaluate the antiviral potential of different extracts from beeswax, as I told you, alone and in combination against adeno7 virus and Rift Valley fever virus. And some potent antiviral activity was obtained, was observed here with the study made in vitro. So in conclusion, bee products, as we all know, are best natural nutrients, conditioned, of course, by possible allergenic action, which we have to pay attention. But bee products and their bioactive compounds are also responsible for generating different bioactive properties, like antiviral, antibacterial, anti-cancer, antiparasitic, immunomodulatory effects. And what is the most important, can be used, so the bee products can be used in the management of viral infection and also other diseases as an integral approach to enhance the immunity of human body and to reduce also human health problems. Okay, in the end, I want to show you our latest publication made in collaboration, very good collaboration with some colleagues and friends from Turkey, from Afyon Hacettepe University from Turkey, Sieda Asma, Ulasha Karoz, Sied Alishan, Fatih Ramzad, Islam Buluci, and Dalma Aslan Akaros. I invite you to read our publication because it has more than 150 references, which I presented shortly in this presentation, and which described in detail what are the antiviral activities of our beloved bee products. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. And now we want to apologize for presenting the previous version of the second day schedule due to the frequent changes of the conference program during last days. We want to state that we are strongly counting on joining and delivering a lecture by Dr. Cristina Matescu, the president of Apimondia Scientific Commission on Apiterapii from Romania. And we hope that she will have a speech about increasing the nutritional value and the bioavailability of the bee pollen for food supplements and as active ingredient in apitherapeutics.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for correcting what happened. I was ready to leave, but it's okay now. And I thank you, Dr. Goreska, as well as Professor, for letting me come back. I will share my screen. Joining us. Thank you. Okay. As my colleague Otilia Bobic has already mentioned, we have to be very careful in using our products in various applications, especially in food and medicinal applications. So we know that pollen is one of the most susceptible products that can induce allergies, and not only. So as a result, many people have tried to ferment bee pollen or to try to condition it in a certain way as to come closer to the composition of bee bread, which is the main proteic food of the bees, which is sometimes very difficult. So in this study that was supported by a grant as well as a project, the team of Dr. Moraru from ProNatura Laboratory, and also with me and people from the important institutes in Romania, like the National Institute Victor Babeș, the National Institute for Research and Development in Chemistry and Petrochemistry. You will see some of the results have been obtained in these sections, and the National Institute of Research and Development for Biological Sciences. So what we did was to try to improve, to enhance the quality of the bee pollen. We speak here about the dry pollen, because this was the one that was submitted to these experiments and to obtain the fermented pollen with a special media. It's not necessary to recall all the composition. You can see them just on the slide, but they have been already mentioned several times. I only want to speak about the medium. The fermentation medium was kombucha. Kombucha is produced through an aerobic and anaerobic fermentation of black or green tea, which is associated with a symbiotic colonies of bacteria and yeast. So SCOBY, it's the short name for symbiotic consortium of bacteria and yeasts. So as you can see in the scheme, so the black or green tea is together with this consortium of bacteria and yeasts. These are yeasts and these are bacteria, and we make this fermenting media. In the kombucha, there are many microorganisms and nutrients. Among the bacteria, there are many of the genus Bacterium, Acetobacter, Pediococcus, and Lactobacillus. Among the yeasts, there are many varieties from Saccharomyces family, Brettanomyces, Schizosaccharomyces, and so on. What is important that the studies have revealed the presence of organic acids, among which the most important are acetic, gluconic, glucuronic, lactic, malic, 2-hydroxy acids, and so on. Enzymes important in the group of glutathione, peroxidase, synthetase, catalase, and superoxide dismutases, known for their antioxidant activity, and important minerals, among which manganese, iron, copper, zinc, cobalt, and chromium. And the list does not stop here. What we have to face is that generally we eat dried pollen. We find it in the market, but usually our body cannot benefit of all the nutrients because this availability is incomplete and the nutrients are only consumed of up to 40–50%. This is because of the external layer of the pollen that contains the sporopollenin, which is a biopolymer with extremely high stability and very high resistance to biodegradation, including the action of digestive enzymes, and it is present in the exine composition, the so-called rigid layer of the pollen, which is indestructible of the grain. Why it is like this? Because the pollen, as a male fertilizer of the plant, it's the one to keep this genetic information for fertilizing, again, other plants. So if we look at the nutritional facts related to the pollen, what we have in a spoonful of pollen, we can see that we have only 0.25% of the daily values of calories, a total contents of fat, I speak about a spoon of pollen, 1%, no cholesterol, no sodium, a total amount of 1% carbohydrates, which means 2.18 grams in a spoon, in which we find fibers and sugars. And the proteins, I don't know why. Okay. We are going now to see exactly what was the fermentation of the bee pollen with this kombucha consortia. So the polyfloral pollen was submitted to both aerobic and anaerobic fermentation in order to disrupt, as I said, the sporopollenin and set free the content of the pollen grains. The mixture was sweetened, the green tea infusion was sweetened, and then it was bee pollen collected, was inoculated with 100 milliliter per liter of kombucha fermentation liquid containing the SCOBY, the symbiotic culture. As control, we use the liquid produced by fermentation of the same SCOBY in absence of the bee-collected pollen on the same sweetened green tea infusion. The analysis of the obtained data demonstrated a slow release of bioactive compounds from kombucha fermented pollen, suggesting a permeabilization of the pollen exine. This is a scheme. So we have the polyfloral pollen that was put together with the kombucha medium. This SCOBY contains lactic acid bacteria, acetic acid bacteria, and yeasts. What do we find in the final? We will find, the phytonutrients with enhanced bioavailability. So we will see in the graphs and the tables that follows polyphenols, flavonoids, and what an important found was the biosilica. And the kombucha we have a promotion of the lactobacilli and the hydroxy acids and short-chain fatty acids. We had to check what is happening at the level of the exine of the pollen grain. So we had performed both optical microscopy and electron microscopy, both SEM and TIN. So the bacteria in yeast fermentation of the polyfloran pollen penetrated the sporopollenin and reached the content of the pollen grain, as seen in both optical and electronic microscopy. Here you can see how the contents of the grain is set free. Later, this is a scanning electron microscopy, or the SEM microscopy, with the morphological analysis. You can also see here, we work with apple pollen grain, which was cracked by kombucha fermentation. And we can see in the pictures from C to F, the adherence of kombucha consortium to pollen grain surface. Yeah, and the ultrastructural analysis was performed with the Philips electronic transmission microscope. This is also the TEM images that shows differences between the structure of controlled pollen grains and those undergoing fermentation in kombucha. The outer layer modification, the emptying of the germination pores, the breaking of the exine layer, and the release of the grains' contents in their environmental media can be observed here. From the nutritional point of view, we have made this analysis at ICEKIM, it is called the Chemistry Institute in Bucharest. You can see here the values. What really drew our attention was the amount of total silicon and the amount of soluble silicon, because silicon is important for increasing the calcium absorption and mobilizing it from pathological deposits as atheromatose plaques, or at the level of the kidney or the gallstones, or the level of osteophytes. Silicon improves bone matrix quality and facilitates bone mineralizations. Increased intake of bioavailable silicon in both animals and humans has been associated with increased bone mineral density and improved bone strength, although I can tell you that silicon has no health claims that have been approved by EFSA. Only scientific studies can prove this. In vitro studies show that silicon in nutritional and supranutritional doses promotes also connective tissue health, may have a modulating effect on the immune or inflammatory response, and has also been associated with mental health, according to the studies carried out by Martin and Nielsen 2013 and 2014. We were struck by the fact that one of the most important biological effects of silicon is stimulating synthesis of collagen, and it is also credited with lowering the blood pressure, increasing immunity, and regulating calcium metabolism, as mentioned before. We want to show you the evolution of sugars and fibers contents during the fermentation of pollen with kombucha and SCOBY. We know fibers are very important as nutrients, and they are always written on the label of a food. What we could see that within 10 days of fermentation, during the first and the 10th days, we see a quantitative decrease of both reducing sugars and hexoses. I mean, hexoses like fructose and glucose, something that I will show you in the next slide. The dietary fibers, both insoluble and soluble fibers, have increased almost doubles in a 10 days interval. Here is the monosaccharide content, and we can see here exactly that within the 10 days of fermentation, the fructose has decreased up to 3.9 from 189, and also the glucose from 200 up to 11.0 microgram per milligram dead weight, dry weight. But we can see and experience this then a special increase of very important simple sugars like ribose, which is known as a booster of muscle energy, and it is used in supplements for chronic fatigue syndrome. Mannose also is useful in urinary tract infections, and we know there are many such food supplements containing mannose. Xylose, arabinose is also known as an inhibitor of sucrase, galactose, beneficial in case of focal segmental glomerulosclerosis, and xylose, arabinose, and galactose are predominant in the dietary fibers. We can also see a lot of vitamins. Also, we did not dose them because they are in low concentration. The presence of B complex, especially the presence of vitamin B12 that we noticed, is beneficial for those which are on a vegan diet. Short-chain fatty acids, organic acids, and fatty acids contains during the fermentation of pollen with kombucha and SCOBY were also checked. And we see also here a graph representing an increase of the short-chain fatty acids during fermentation. We will see that these short fatty acids play the part as a postbiotics. We will see that finally the product is in fact a prebiotic product. Organic acids evolution also see in a final, as you can see here, for the lactic acid, for acetic acids, and for the gluconic acid. Also, important figures were obtained with monounsaturated fatty acids as well as polyunsaturated fatty acids. And we noted practically omega-6, omega-3 ratio of 13.33. Further on, the polyphenols, here is a graph that we included both polyphenols and in kombucha fermented with pollen, the first line, which increased during the days of fermentation as compared to the control, as well as an increase of the total silicic acid here as compared to the control. Polyphenols are also shown here as in the control. This is a blue line and also what we obtained in the fermented pollen. The same is happening with the flavonoids, where we have almost a plain line, while the composition of fermented pollen show an increase up to the 5th, 6th days, decreasing, but anyway being above the levels of the control. Here are the main compounds that have been identified through high-performance liquid chromatography in both kombucha with pollen and kombucha control. As we can see, most of the acids have been doubled their concentration in the fermented pollen. It's notable for the gallic acids, for rutin, which it's almost about 3 times more important, and also double for camphorol. Here is the maximum values of the antioxidant activity were recorded between the 5th and the 7th days of fermentation, with a slow decrease till the 18th days. Here you can see the levels. Okay. We tested, we didn't stop here, but we tested the in vitro cellular antioxidant activity of pollen fermented with kombucha. The studies have been carried out in the National Institute of Pathology, Victor Babeș in Bucharest. The activity was measured through a cell-based assay to measure the antioxidant activity and of antioxidants within adherent cells. We made fluorescence measurements after oxidative stress initiation into cell previously treated with fermented pollen. what we could see is that the pollen fermented with kombucha showed cellular antioxidant activity in a concentration-dependent manner on human hepatocarcinoma cells, as you can see. And also, the pollen fermented with kombucha reduced the concentration of reactive oxygen species, very high oxidant, on hepatocarcinoma cells treated for 2 hours, which hydrogen peroxide is a concentration of 400 micromolar. Here you can see the cells, the free oxygen radicals, and also the merged cells. The first conclusion that we draw is that the pollen fermented with kombucha presented a significant cytoprotective activity against the reactive oxygen species, that against this oxygen that are generated in tumor cells. Also, from the studies, we could deduce that pollen fermented in kombucha might induce chemopreventive effect by reducing the proliferation rate and the viability of hepatocarcinoma cells. But a specification made by also Dr. Moraru and the team is that the beef pollen fermented with kombucha should not be used during a chemotherapy or radiotherapy, but before and after the treatment, due to the fact that these types of procedures, like chemotherapy and radiotherapy, induce also the formation of reactive oxygen species. If we speak about the viability of the cells, the cytotoxics and anti-tumor effects, you can see here different cell lines that have been used to test the viability. It is the normal cell clone L929, hepatic cells or liver cells 2, and colon cancer cells. In vitro biocompatibility of the spray-dried sample of fermented pollen was assessed using the MTT assay, which evaluates the activity of mitochondrial dehydrogenases. The results obtained after 24 hours and 72 hours of cell incubations in the presence of different concentration of the sample indicated that the spray-dried product, so the pollen fermented with kombucha consortium, showed a good biocompatibility within the concentration range of 5 to 20 milligram per milliliter. At these concentrations, the cell viability was above 80%, which is considered non-cytotoxic, so between 5 and 2. The viability up till here, so it's over 80%. Regarding the anti-tumoral activity, after 24 hours of treatment, the viability of HEP2 cells was maintained over 80% at concentrations ranging between 5 and 25 milligrams per milliliter and started to drop significantly below 65% after 72 hours at the concentration of 20 milligram per milliliter, as you can see. It dropped dramatically. Better results were obtained on colon cancer cells, the intestinal tumors. That's the values of the cell viability slightly decreased below 80%, to a value of 75% after 24 hours of treatment at the concentration of 15 milligram per milliliter, whereas at higher concentrations, significantly lower values were obtained, below 20%, as you can see in figure C. Similar results were found after 72 hours, although the values of cell viability were even lower at all tested concentrations compared to those obtained after 24 hours. Thus, cell viability dropped to 52% at a concentration of 15 milligram and below 10% at higher concentration, 20 or 30 milligram per milliliter. The tested sample showed no cytotoxic effect within the concentration range of 5 to 20 and exhibited a slight anti-tumoral activity starting with a concentration of 20 milligram per milliliter for hepatic cells and 15 milligram per milliliter for colon cancer cells. Conclusions. The fermentation biotechnology with symbiotic microorganism culture is a dynamic process. You can see that variations occurs during the days of fermentation, which not only produces a permeabilization of the enzyme with a slow release of the bioactive compounds in the pollen, but also increases the amount and the bioavailability of a new specific bioactive compounds in the final product, generating thus a complex nutraceutical ingredient with important health claims. With a significant decrease of the glucose and fructose contents, new sugars, as mentioned, ribose, mannose, xylose, arabinose, and galactose are formed. These are predominant insoluble fibers, well represented in the pollen fermented with kombucha, together with an increased amount of total insoluble fibers. An important increase of the total flavonoids and total polyphenols contents associated with a significant increase of the antioxidant activity is also noted for the fermented product. This is also strongly related with the significant cytoprotective activity against oxygen radicals generation in normal and tumor cells and might induce chemopreventive effect by reducing the proliferation rate and the viability of cancer cells, human hepatocellular carcinoma. The fermented pollen showed no cytotoxic effect within the concentration range of 5 to 20 milligrams per milliliter and exhibited a slight anti-tumoral activity starting with the concentration of 20 milligrams for hepatic cells and lower at 15 milligrams for colon cancer cells. The studies carried out at Victor Babesh Institute showed a strong anti-proliferative effect on 2 lines of hepatic cells, carcinoma and adenocarcinoma, but these studies are ongoing to clearly define this important effect. The short-chain fatty acids are also new important bioactive compounds in the fermented pollen. They have an important postbiotic effect, together with the prebiotic effect of the bioactive carbohydrates and fibers, and the probiotic effect of the microorganism in the symbiotic cultures. Bee pollen fermented in kombucha is a potential valuable prebiotic food ingredient, as well as an important active ingredient in the apitherapeutical products. The nutritional analysis of fermented pollen shows an interesting amount of silicon, especially soluble silicon, an important nutrient with beneficial effects on the connective tissues, immune system, and calcium metabolism, which represents a new source to produce dietary supplements wherein highly available soluble silicon is combined with kombucha phytonutrients. Silicon is known as an aluminum antagonist, as human exposure to the environmental toxin aluminum has been linked, if tentatively, to autism spectrum disorder, as well as other neurodegenerative disorders as Parkinson and Alzheimer's disease. A soluble silicon-rich supplement, as pollen fermented with kombucha together with its prebiotic effects, can ensure a balanced gut microbiota and might effectively help to eliminate aluminum from the body. The original pollen fermentation technology might also have an important impact on the potential pyrrolizidine alkaloids occurrence in multifloral pollen, natural plant compounds which are known for their hepatotoxicity and potentially carcinogenic and genotoxic effects, according to the Commission Regulation 2040 on 2020 that entered into force at the 1st of July this year. The maximum levels for pollen supplements should be 500 micrograms. Studies are under development to see if this procedure might help in, let's say, inactivating these toxic compounds. Here are some selected references for our works, and this is the whole garment of prebiotics products that have been developed by the Laboratoarele Medica. You can see here the content. I really want to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your very interesting speech. We have a lot of questions both on the chat and on the YouTube, so we kindly ask you to be present during the roundtable part where all the questions will be asked.
Thank you.
And now Mr. Ivan Loza-Dalawak will representing the Faculty of Health and Medical Sciences of School of Allied Health of Division of Pharmacy the University of Western Australia, will talk about antioxidant activity and the phenolic compound determination in propolis.
A pleasant afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you, but we don't see the full screen.
Okay, I will fix it again.
Because, wait a second. Okay, you have to use the button display settings and change the, this is the, you please make a full screen once again.
Okay.
And you have in the middle, in the upper part of the screen, in the middle, you have the display settings button. Do you see? Yeah, here. And you have to, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Oh, okay, now it's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, so a pleasant afternoon, everyone. I'm greatly honored and privileged to be invited here as one of your invited speaker for this Apiterapii conference. So before I would like to proceed with my talk, I would like to express my gratitude to Anna and also to the rest of the team for the invitation. During the first Apiterapii conference, I was a participant, and that had really inspired me a lot. And now in this second Apiterapii conference, I was invited as a speaker. So a huge turnout in my career, as you can say. I'm also grateful to the Cooperative Research Center for Honeybee Products, the University of Western Australia, and the Australian government for funding my PhD. And also, I would like to thank my ever-supportive supervisors for their invaluable support all throughout my study. My presentation will be divided into 3 parts. First, I will provide you with a little bit of context of what propolis is. And then I will describe how I determine the antioxidant activity. And then finally, what methodology I had developed in order to identify the phenolic compounds in different bee products. Now, there are a lot of products that can be obtained from the hive, but I will only focus most of my discussion on propolis. To start with, I would like to introduce what this particular popular bee product is and how it is produced. Now, the word propolis is derived from the Greek word, which means pro, which stands for at the entrance to, and polis, which means community or a city, which means that this particular bee product is found at the entrance of the hive, and it primarily functions as a hive defense against any external factors. Propolis is the resinous in nature, and it is collected by bees from different parts of the plants, in particular the buds and the exudates, and then they mix it with their bee saliva. It is also known as a bee glue. If you can see here in figure 1, the picture of propolis in the hive, you can see that it is a little bit gluey in nature, sticky, and due to its waxy nature and mechanical properties, the bees use propolis in the construction and repair of their hive to seal off any openings and cracks and to smoothing out the internal walls of the hive as a protective barrier against any external invaders or against wind and rain. It is also used by bees to maintain a stable temperature and moisture inside the hive and to mummify dead invader insects that are too heavy to be removed from the colony. And this bee product can be collected from the hive through scraping, just what you can see in figure 2. And it is also collected through setting up a propolis trap inside the hive, which I can probably show you later on as I progress with my presentation. So this image here shows the propolis samples that were so far collected across Western Australia. And as you can see, most of its color are reddish in nature. Some of it are yellowish and brownish. And this can be attributed to the abundance of eucalyptus plants all throughout the whole region. Now, going to the composition, propolis is a complex blend of various substances, and it is made up primarily from plant resins, waxes, aromatic and essential oils, pollen, and other organic compounds. It was reported that the main components of propolis are primarily phenolic components, which include flavonoids, phenolic acids, lignans, stilbenes, and coumarins. And aside from that, propolis also contains fats and waxy substances. It also contains volatile compounds like resins and balms or essential oils, sugars, proteins, and amino acids, minerals, and vitamins. And given its rich chemical composition, propolis is probably one of the most underutilized natural products obtained from the beehive. Now, I have indicated earlier that the main component of propolis are pretty much phenolic compounds, and most or the most abundant of which are the flavonoids. Now, what are flavonoids? So flavonoids are synthesized in all parts of the plants, and it plays a very important role in providing the color, fragrance, and taste to fruits, flowers, and seeds, thus making them attractants for insects, birds, and mammals, which can aid in pollination and seed transmission. However, plants also release numerous chemicals such as flavonoids to deter insects and other predators. And aside from that, the strong light absorbance of flavonoids in the ultraviolet region allows them to act as a protective screen against harmful UVB radiation. That is why we always see flowers and fruits to be very colorful, and that can be attributed to the flavonoids that they possess. They also function as a signal molecule, allophatic compound, phytoalexins, detoxifying agents, and antimicrobial defensive compounds for plants. And flavonoids were also reported to possess various health benefits, such as antioxidants, antimicrobial, anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, cardioprotective, hepatoprotective, and neuroprotective, to name a few. Now, flavonoids is not actually very foreign in our daily lives because we encounter them in the form of food, like the fruits, beverages, and the drink beverages, and also the vegetables that we intake. And the structure of flavonoid is primarily made up of 3 carbon rings, and substituents around this ring would indicate a certain class of flavonoid. And as you can see here, a certain type of flavonoid can be found majorly in a certain type of fruits or vegetables or beverages. But if you take a look at propolis, it is actually made up of cocktails of different types of flavonoids, which makes it very interesting. And from here, we can eventually say that it possesses a lot of health benefits. Now, propolis has already been developed into various products and can be used topically or orally. The most popular of which are propolis tinctures, toothpastes, and also in a form of capsules for supplements. The images on the right shows the different biological activities of propolis that were already supported by laboratory and clinical derived evidences, indicating that this bee product has a lot of health benefits. Now, the second part of my talk is about the antioxidant assays that I used in order to determine the antioxidant activity of the various bee products that we have collected so far in our laboratory. Our lab has been able to optimize and validate experiments for routine analysis of the total phenolic content and the antioxidant activity of honey, pollen, and at the same time propolis. For the total phenolic assay, we were able to develop a modified method, the modified Folin-Schuckarto assay method, which removes the sugar interference, which had been a very huge problem in analyzing honeys. Because we all know that honeys is primarily made up of 70% of sugar. And we found out that in the traditional Folin-Schuckarto assay, sugar interferes with the result, so thereby giving a false positive result or a false high phenolic content result, because sugars at a high basicity is actually reactive towards the Folin-Schuckarto reagent. And for the antioxidant activity assay, we adopted the DPPH and the FRAP assays. Since both of these have been widely accepted and were used to determine the antioxidant activity of various plant extracts and food products, since these experiments tends to be very stable, and the methods are very quick and easy to perform, and the results are highly reproducible. Going back to this slide, I would just like to reiterate that we did not perform the total flavonoid analysis because there were a lot of debating results regarding the trueness of what the total flavonoids is being measured. So because the aluminum chloride assay was only found out to be sensitive towards the flavones and not to the other types of flavonoids, so thereby underestimating the total flavonoids. So we are still developing these methods in our laboratory, and hopefully we can adapt this anytime sooner. Now, for the extraction of antioxidants in propolis, we used a small amount of propolis, and we always perform the analysis into triplicates. So we have 100 milligram of propolis. We extract it using 70% ethanol and water, using agitation for 2 hours, and this is done 3 times. And then the final volume that we obtained from this method is adjusted up to 25 ml volumetrically, and this can be directly used for antioxidant assays after diluted accordingly, depending on the range of results that we obtain. And also, a portion of that is dried and reconstituted with methanol for our HPTLC analysis, for our phenolic compound analysis. Now, the method that I derived here is based on our optimization on the extraction of antioxidant constituents in bee pollen. So, however, we do not have a optimized method for propolis, so therefore we only adapted this particular method for now. But we can still see a very good outcome when it comes to using this particular method for our extraction. And it is pretty much fast because you can finish the whole process within 6 hours. Now on to the results. So our lab has been able to analyze again honey, bee pollen, and propolis. And as you can see here in the far most right portion of the tables, you can see the number of samples that were analyzed so far. And since the scholarship that was provided to us was primarily focused on the honey research, so that's why we have a lot of honey samples that were analyzed so far. And then we also have some bee pollens. Some of the bee pollens that were analyzed were monoflorals, some are multifloral. And in the case of propolis, some were claimed to be monofloral, and some or most of it pretty much are multifloral or came from different botanical sources. So based on the results, so we'll focus first our attention on the total phenolic content. So as you can see here in the total phenolic content analysis, it was found out that amongst all the samples that were analyzed, it was the bee pollen that was able to show the highest antioxidant activity, phenolic content in average. But if you observe propolis, it is not as low as you thought it would be. But if you can see the minimum and the maximum values, we observe that there is a very huge gap between the lowest and the highest values for propolis, whereas in the case of bee pollen, it is pretty much consistent, or it is pretty much within the range. And I will explain later on if why did this happen. Now, second one is the FRAP analysis. So we have, in the case of FRAP analysis, we used iron equivalent as the basis of our results, and we observed that propolis is the highest average FRAP activity amongst all the bee products. And it can also be reflected towards the maximum values. So it's really off the chart. And in the case of DPPH, the same concept was observed. So DPPH was expressed in terms of the millimoles of Torolx equivalent per kilograms of honey, per kilogram of propolis or any bee product. Yeah, so these results are pretty much very interesting. And this particular result had also stirred up some interest in terms of the focus on bee pollen and propolis as well. Because here in Australia, particularly in Western Australia, the beekeepers are only focusing their attention on honeys, because that's for them it's a cash crop and they can sell it immediately. But in the case of bee pollen and propolis, so they are still a little bit adamant to produce this because they do not see the value yet. But with the outcome of this research, they had eventually changed their mind. And a lot of interest have been focused on bee pollen and propolis as well. Now, the discrepancy in the result, is what I have indicated earlier, was actually based on the manner on how propolis was collected. So in the left part of this figure 11, we can see that propolis can be extracted through scraping. And also, there is a new technology wherein propolis is being trapped using a propolis trap. And at first, I do not know why the result is like this, but when I looked at the results in this particular manner, I observed that the scrape propolis actually showed a lower activity as compared to the one that is trapped. So therefore, right now, we are encouraging all the beekeepers here in Western Australia to trap their propolis if they wanted to obtain something that is purer and has more activity when it comes to tests. Okay, and the last part of my analysis is the phenolic compound determination. Now, the identification and quantification of phenolic compounds in bee products has gained popularity over the years because these phenolic compounds are believed to influence the organoleptic characteristics. So when we say organoleptic, it pertains to color, odor, taste, appearance, etc. And it also influences the biological activities of bee propolis. In particular, their antioxidant activity. Propolis samples collected in certain geographical regions and zones differ in their phenolic profiles, and the identification of these compounds can be a very helpful tool in determining or confirming the botanical origin or location of the sample. And to some extent, it can also indicate if whether a particular propolis is monofloral or multifloral. The example that I showed here is, for example, in the case of a cistus propolis, which has camphorol 3,7-dimethyl ether as its marker compound. So this indicates that the identification of phenolic compounds in propolis is really very important. And knowledge about the chemistry of propolis can be very helpful in order for us to be very vigilant in determining if the products that we are buying are actually authentic. So I have here an example. So this is a Brazilian green propolis tincture that is available here in Australia. And it is approved by the Ministry of Agriculture in Brazil. And it claims that the activity and the authenticity and the quality of this particular product is actually due to the presence of the flavonoids in it, and also with the marker compound, which is artipilin C. And artipilin C was claimed here to be a potent flavonoid, but well, in fact, if you take a look at the structure, as you recall earlier, the flavonoid actually has a 3-carbon ring, whereas artipilin C doesn't have it. It only has 1. Okay, but nonetheless, even though there was a wrong claim about artipilin C as not a flavonoid, this particular product is pretty much expensive. So this is around $50 to $100 for a 30 ml bottle. So this also indicates that having a known sample or a known biomarker in a particular propolis can eventually spring up the price to, it will become more expensive. Now, in our laboratory, we utilized HPTLC in identifying the phenolic compounds in bee products. So the concept of HPTLC is probably not so foreign to everybody, given the fact that most of the people here are dealing with the quantification of phenolic compounds through chromatography. So the advantage that we wanted to focus on in propolis is through the through its photo documentation and derivatization and scanning techniques, which can eventually help us at an early stage detect if what particular compounds are present. Because through derivatization, we would be able to identify if a particular compound is flavonoid or is a phenolic acid, given the reaction that it shows in the derivatizer. So for example, in this particular slide, we have a plate that was derivatized in natural product reagent. And from here, we can automatically see that the yellow and the orange bands are actually flavonoids. Now, we based our the standard identification on this particular review that I made. So this is a very comprehensive review of most of the monofloral honeys that were that had reported the phenolic compound all around the globe. And this is made up of 182 references. Most or some of these are probably citing some of your works, which I am very grateful. And we based our compounds, the compounds that we used for the database development on this particular review. So currently we have 107 phenolic compounds in our database. So what we did was we determined the different information that the HPTLC analysis had shown us. So for example, the RF values or the retention values, retention factor values. We also indicated the color of these particular bands because they can indicate the particular compound, if whether it is a flavonoid or not. And then we also indicated the chromatogram to determine the purity, and also the scanning techniques, in particular the UV and the fluorescence spectra before and after derivatization, in order to identify and in order to determine if whether, because each particular compound has a specific UV and fluorescence spectra. So we take advantage of this particular rich data that the HPTLC has provided. Okay, now on to the results. So this particular slide, figure 18, shows us the fingerprint of the 14 bee propolis samples that were collected from the different parts of Western Australia. So as you can see here, some of them are very similar. Okay, for example, YG, which indicates a York gum, which is a type of eucalyptus. And then RG is a red gum or a Mari, which is also a type of eucalyptus. We also compared the results with control, which is, in this case, we have the Brazilian green propolis. And then we also have the Kangaroo Island propolis from South Australia. And as you can see that the bands that we observe in the Western Australian propolis are pretty much different from the rest of Australia and also from that of the green propolis of Brazil. And the interesting thing here in the natural product reagent derivatization is that we can see from here that this particular yellow and green bands are actually indicating the presence of flavonoids. And also these oranges are flavonoids as well. Okay. And then we also used another spray reagent. So in this particular case, we have vanillin sulfuric acid, and we can see some similarities and some differences, indicating a unique range of bee propolis from Western Australia. And another very important mechanism that we also made use for HPTLC is its capacity to spray a particular plate with a DPPH, which is a well-known radical to determine the antioxidant activity of a particular material. And from here, we can see that these particular compounds or bands that showed yellow in appearance are actually antioxidant in nature. So thereby giving us a glimpse if what particular compounds, if we can identify them, are actually antioxidant in nature. Next slide is just showing us the, okay, we'll just focus on figure 23, which indicates the profile of the sample that has so far showed the highest activity among all the propolis samples. So it's a young chep propolis. Young chep is a region or an area here in Western Australia. And as you can see, if you just disregard the smiley faces here because of the change in or the difference in the solvent that we used, we can see that the bands that were identified are pretty much the same, regardless of the time or year that each particular propolis samples were collected. So indicating that this particular propolis here, some of the propolis here can be very regioselective, and you can obtain the same type of propolis features or fingerprint regardless of the year or time it was collected. And by applying the database that we have developed so far, we were able to find out that this band here at 0.4 is actually luteolin. And this can be confirmed by the spectra overlays that we used to compare the unknown band in this particular RF and also with the UVV spectra of luteolin. So as you can see, it's almost it's almost 100% correlation. And we also found out that the UVVs prior to derivatization is not enough. So we also utilized the UVVs after derivatization as a supplementary confirmation to eventually say that this particular compound is 100% match to that particular unknown. And for a future project, we are also comparing the origin of or the traceability of the unknown, the traceability of the compound from honey towards pollen and towards propolis. And we found out that there are actually two possible compounds that are similar towards the three different samples. So indicating that, but we do not know yet the mechanism if how luteolin was transferred from honey. Maybe it comes from the pollen, or maybe it comes from the other botanical samples that the bees collected for propolis. Yeah, but anyway, HPTLC analysis is really very helpful, and it had really shown us how that particular compounds can, at this early stage, be able to be determined qualitatively by just simply using at the color that it shows after derivatization. So for more information, you may contact me, my supervisor, and then also the head of the CRC. And here are some of the references that I used for this particular presentation. Okay, thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for the extension of time. Thank you.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. As the next speaker, Professor Sengül Alpay Karagolu, representing Department of Biology Faculty of Arts and Sciences, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan University from Turkey, will have a presentation about the antimicrobial activities of bee products against normal flora and disease-causing microorganisms in humans.
Thank you very much. Can I hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we don't see your full screen right now. You don't have.
Okay. Now it's okay, I think.
Oh, now it's fine. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank you, Anas, Dr. Anas, and their collaboration for this good Congress. Thank you very much, all of participation. In my subject, antimicrobial activities, I am a microbiologist and molecular biologist. I studied during the long time antimicrobial activity of some honey products. So we know during the 2 days we explain honey products. Bee products, we have a lot of types. Bee products, bee collect and braving products, bee ecological bodies and hives, bee secretion and other bee breath. We know all of these bee products has got many components. These components during the 2 days, all of participation explain carbohydrate, protein, lipid, phenols and flavonoids, and some important peptide or protein. All of this material have got very important bioactive issue, mostly affected antibacterial, antifungal, antiparasitic, and the other skills. So we know honey. Honey is very important material. In the world, there are a lot of types of honey. Based on the diversity of flora search, about 320 different types of honey were identified and presented. There are many secondary metabolites, carbohydrates, enzymes, and vitamin in honey. This honey has got important antimicrobial activity because consists of carbohydrate, moisture, minerals, and very important issue, secondary metabolites. Honey is good antimicrobial activity. It's we know its pH, viscosity, hydrogen peroxide, search of glucose oxidase, and the other secondary metabolites. Except secondary metabolites, the other 3 substances are common in all honey samples. The amount, variety, and quality of the secondary metabolites different according to honey types. This antimicrobial activity or bioactive characteristic of honey different due to the different botanical origin and geographical origin, together with climate and processing and storage condition. The antimicrobial properties of honey are generally related to following 2 main mechanisms. One of them, hydrogen peroxide, which is formed by enzymatic activity, example, glucose oxidase. In other, inhibition of microbial growth via non-peroxidase activities. These non-peroxidase activities are based on the action of component phenols and organic acids, which are well known as flavonoids. Its antioxidant elements are very important and are responsible for elimination of bacterial infections. Mostly, there are a lot of information, honey types. The dry material honey's major constituent is sugar, 50%, 95 or 90%, including water, organic acids, mineral compounds. All of these compounds, very important activity for antimicrobial effects. Biologic active elements such as vitamins, niacin, flavonoids, phenolics, apigenin, pinosambrin, acetylsin, acids, and esters, very important. Meo et al. Identified different types of amino acids with physiological importance such as arginine, proline, cysteine, glutamic, and aspartic acid in honey samples. Hyberka et reported cysteine, quercetin, luteolin, extra. There are a lot of researchers can find a lot of compounds in different type of origin honey. In our study in Turkey, inhibition activities of 35 honey samples against different microorganisms were investigations. We saw the most successful microorganism, respectively, Staph aureus, Staphylococcus aureus, which bacteria is very important medical infections. So they have got very important resistance activity, antibiotics resistance activity. So honey or bee products effective Staph aureus, this is very nice activity. The other Mycobacterium smegmatis, this group bacteria is tuberculous groups. It has got very different cell membranes structure. Yersinia pseudotuberculosis and Klebsiella pneumonia is gram-negative bacteria and cell membrane type of difference, two-layer cytoplasmic membranes. So all of these bacteria has got a pathogenic factor, include a capsule molecules. So capsule is a pathogenic factors. The other important bacteria, Helicobacter pylori, is very huge, very important microorganism for all the world peoples. It is observed that total phenolic contents is important in the antimicrobial activities of honey, but it is not very important its effectiveness against Staphylococcus aureus, because all honey samples we are examined were observed to effective against Staphylococcus aureus. I investigate a lot of lectures. I saw mostly honey samples affected of gram-positive bacteria, gram-positive morphologies, Staph aureus. Maybe this effective has got different skills. You know, our studies, honey samples, we studied all of the 35 honey of Turkey's different areas. We saw very important affected Helicobacter pylori. This bacteria is very important all over the world. I saw this one. Helicobacter pylori is microaerophilic and caprophilic bacteria. It's produced huge or very quickly huge concentration and very quickly urease activities. It's grown difficult in vitro condition, but all of the world it is find drinking water and the other waters. So all of people infected this bacteria. We know in the world 60 or 70% people carry asymptomatical Helicobacter pylori. In addition, all of the bacteria very important illness effect, gastric cancer, gastric ulcer, duodenal ulcer. This percent is very high all over the world. In addition, lymphoma or iron deficiency anemia or ITP illness. This is very problem bacteria. This problem, it is Helicobacter pylori intrinsic resistance. Today we use mostly antibiotics. So this issue very important. B products can be an alternative options in treatment of Helicobacter pylori illnesses. The other bacteria, we say Klebsiella pneumonia, Yersinia pestis, pseudotuberculosis is an important bacteria and same affected Staphylococcus aureus. But mostly in our studies, honey, no affected gram-negative bacteria, Escherichia coli, and gram-positive bacteria, spore-forming bacteria, Bacillus. And addition, yeast-like fungi, saprophyte or opportunist pathogens, Candida albicans, Candida tropicalis. We saw another study. We studied this studies tested honey extracts, antimicrobial activities. We saw honey extract has got good activity better than honeys because concentration is affected chemicals concentration is high because extracted is. We studied this extract Escherichia coli, Yersinia pseudotuberculosis, Pseudomonas aeruginosa. We saw this honeys. We didn't saw any activity against gram-negative bacteria, but we saw against Staph aureus. We saw Enterococcus fecalis. Enterococcus fecalis is important bacteria, urinary infections and gastrointestinal floras bacteria. We saw first the affected Enterococcus fecalis, and this extract affected saprophyte and opportunist pathogens, Candida albicans and Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Maybe T4 sample, extra honey samples is best affected all of this bacteria. We studied direct or 1/2 past half/1 water dilution is affected bacteria. In Turkey floras, we acacia, pine, oak, rhododendron, and organic hemshin honey tested. This concentration is 18 or 14 milligrams or thousands milligrams. This type of honey is important. Acacia honey is very nice affected gram-negative bacteria, acacia, pine, oak, rhododendron, and organic hemshins is very interesting affected gram-negative bacteria group, Escherichia, Yersinia pseudotuberculosis, and Pseudomonas. Pseudomonas aeruginosa and is very important pathogens for medical science because this bacteria is high antibiotic resistance. It's take a lot of genes and resistance genes produced. So Pseudomonas aeruginosa is very important. Affected acacia honey. Staph aureus, all of the, we know Staph aureus, very successful bacteria, all of the honey samples. We saw these groups, Mycobacterium group, bacteria, Mycobacterium smegmatis affected a little. But Saccharomyces cerevisiae is good bacteria, good yeast-like fungi for human intestinal floras. But this oak and rhododendron and organic honey is important affected this group yeast-like fungi. We know the other studies. We studied some group cherry honey and bee bread and cherry pollens. This is we saw very important activity. Some Mycobacterium smegmatis. All of these groups, honey and bee products, is very important activity. Tuberculose group bacteria, but all of three groups extract affected Candida albicans. We saw, we tested these studies, honey water and honey DMSO extract, honey ethanol extract. Honey extract, honey water and DMSO cherry extract no affected this group bacteria, gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria and yeast-like fungi, but affected specific effects of Mycobacterium groups. This is important for use medical area. Cherry honey ethanol extract is very affected all of the bacteria. This is not specific affected, large affected gram-negative, gram-positive bacteria and Mycobacterium groups. Some same as bee bread ethanol extract and pollen 1, cherry pollen, DMSO extract, ethanol extract, and cherry pollen 2, ethanol extract. This is not a specific effect, but it's very huge microorganism effect. So strong anti-tuberculose activity at 100 microliters was determined against Mycobacterium smegmatis strain in cherry honey and pollens. So this is important. This group, honey and pollens and bee bread, we use some tuberculose group, including tuberculose illness people. Antimicrobial activity, chestnut in our country, very important material, chestnut. So mostly people use not only honey but also medical important issue. So we like very much chestnut honey. We studied a lot of chestnut honey, but we saw only 4 chestnut honey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of this chestnut honey is important. Direct tested 100 microliters. We use 100 microliters honey, and we saw very high affected Escherichia coli, Yersinia pseudotuberculosis, little activity Pseudomonas aeruginosa, but very high effective gram-positive bacteria, Staphylococcus, Enterococcus fecalis, Bacillus cereus. But this group honey, chestnut honey, is low efficiency Mycobacterium smegmatis and yeast-like fungi. We saw another studies, doctors Yıldız and her colleagues, Turkey's 18 distinct botanical origins obtained from different regions of Turkey were analyzed by studied Yıldız et al. So depend on botanical origins, volatile compounds and biochemical characters of honeys vary. Volatile aroma compounds consisting of 15 esters, 30 aldehydes and ketones, 21 alcohols, 18 terpenes, and 9 acidics are identification in Turkey's honey samples. We saw a lot of compounds in honey, so different origins, different compounds, but some of them has got same compounds: rhododendron, chestnut, astragalus, chest tree, polyfloral, honey, oak, pine. There are a lot of chemicals, and there are a lot of aldehydes and ketones and terpenes and some acids group. So we know geographic origins is important. All of the plants types has got different chemicals. So include this type of honeys. We know antimicrobial effective, but this studies, Nolan et al. Studies, they saw as honeys affected, which affected bacteria. This bacteria affected different type of antibiotics, but similar, maybe some chemicals affected looks like antibiotics, but the others, including chemicals, affected different. For example, high sugar content and high osmotic pressure affected bacteria, increase water potential outside of bacterial cells, reduce bacteria's growth rate. Phenolic compounds affected inhibition DNA B helicase and inhibition DNA girase enzymes. Affected hydrogen peroxides oxidase, causing DNA damage through generation of hydroxyl radicals. Low pH affected proton motif phase across membrane, ion and enzymes, altering their activities. Polyphenols compounds, including topoisomerase 4 mediated DNA cleavage. Polyphenolic compounds disrupt membrane, affected transport and motility. Mostly honey, in fact, be defensin 1. Defensin 1 proteins from the innate immune system disrupt membrane permeability. Methyl glycosyl is a very important issue, bacterial attachment and adhesion and chemotaxis organelles, flagell and fimbria. These materials affected attachment. So bacteria no attach, no growth, no illness. So mostly honeys included chemicals affected different way of bacteria's growing. The other important materials, propolis. Propolis is produce of resinous substance. We know very important material, beeswax produced from abdominal exogenous glands, mandibular glands, secretion, and pollen to produce propolis. The material biological activity of propolis is mostly due to these polyphenols. I studied a lot of propolis. Mostly good extract propolis has got very nice antimicrobial, antibacterial, antifungal, and parasite activities. Some of propolis, maybe mostly honey samples, extract or native honey samples, not good effect antifungal activity, but polyphenols has got good antifungal activities. Mostly antifungal, fungus type micro yeast like fungi or mycelial fungi, some of them pathogens to human, some of them pathogen of plant growth. So this issue is important. This pollens material we use protection plant healthily. The antimicrobial activity of propolis greater than gram-positive bacteria than gram-negative bacteria, which why we don't know, but we probable include some kind of compounds. This is explained by the space-specific structure of the outer membrane of gram-negative bacteria and the production of hydrolytic enzymes breaking down the activity ingredients of propolis. We know propolis including a lot of materials, plant resin, wax, essential oil, and the other extra phenolics. All of this phenolics material or the other essential oils affected has got very important effects, antibacterial, antimicrobial, anti-cancer, antivirus, extra. This affect possible flavonoids and phenolic acid ester and some terpenes or some antimicrobial peptides. These chemical compounds of propolis depends on various factors such as its geographical origin, herbar origin, and harvest time. So we know propolis increase cell membrane permeability at bacterial or the others cells. Some not only bacterial membranes, but also human cells membranes, but also fungal cells membrane. Reduce of ATP production, decrease bacterial motility, disturbance of the membrane potential, inducing the activity of body's immune systems. So antimicrobial activity of propolis is very huge, very important, very strong. In our in a study, propolis by Alsayat et al. Study propolis around 30 pounds are present, such as phenolic acid, gynamic acid, caffeic acid, terpenoids, flavonoids, esters, amino acids, sugars, sterols, steroids, hydrocarbons, minerals, aliphatic hydrocarbons, sequesterpenoids, antiterpenoid hydrocarbons. All of terpenoids represent 10% of composition and are responsible for odor as they are volatile compounds of plants and are related to the biological properties of propolis. All of these compounds has got mostly countries propolis, has got mostly countries propolis antifungal, antibacterial, anti-tumor, anti-cancer, extra. In our study, effect of propolis in gastric disorders inhibition studies on the growth of Helicobacter pylori and production urease activities. These are studies we saw. We studied 15 propolis of Turkey's origins. This study is important because Helicobacter pylori is very important pathogen bacteria for all of the world in human. So we know honey is affected. We studied propolis affected than honey. Is this propolis? We look at total phenolics, total flavonoids, and inhibition of Helicobacter pylori urease activities, and we saw urease activities high, antimicrobial activities high. So we understand anti-urease activity of propolis has got this antimicrobial activity is affected this propolis against Helicobacter pylori's antimicrobial effect high. We saw 35 millimeter and below only 31 millimeters and 45, between 45 millimeters. Very low concentration. This honey propolis is very important to use Helicobacter pylori treatments. We studied another studies, pollen analysis, chemical composition, and antibacterial activities, and Anatolia chestnut propolis collect from Yılca region. This studies is very important because we saw activity. This is media blood-based agar. Blood agar is includes human bloods. So we saw this area. We saw hemolytic activities. We saw antimicrobial activities. In addition, we saw hemolytic activities. This issue is important. This hemolytic activity is not good for use medical materials, because if these chemicals affected blood, human blood. So the attention using propolis concentration, because mostly propolis has got hemolytic activities. This is not good for using treatments. We use Yılca propolis, mostly propolis origins Castanea sativa, pollen, total pollen including very high. So we say this propolis monofloral origins. This propolis analysis as MS methods, we saw very high level pinostrobin, protocaterin acid, rosamic acid, syringic acid, and catechins, gallic acid, and apigenin and benzoic acid, and the other chemicals. So very high level all of the materials. We tested this propolis, very huge number of microorganisms, one of them gram-negative, one of them gram-positive, and Mycobacterium tuberculosis group bacteria, and yeast-like fungi. This yeast-like fungi, Candida albicans, Candida tropicalis, and saprophyte microorganism, Candida cerevisiae. We saw this propolis affected pathogens and saprophyte microorganism. For example, gram-negative, all of these gram-negative bacteria pathogens for human, but gram-positive bacteria, Lactobacillus acidophilus, Lactobacillus casei, only pathogen teeth or tooth microfloras, maybe, but this bacteria, Lactobacillus group bacteria, is very important for gastrointestinal floras and vaginal floras for human or others animals. But we saw this propolis affected not only pathogens bacteria, but also saprophyte or opportunist pathogens, Lactobacillus group, opportunist pathogen, Candida albicans, and saprophyte Saccharomyces cerevisiae. So this antimicrobial effect possible, this group high level concentration chemical compounds, for example, pinostrobin or flavonoid derivatives. Propolis is known to high antimicrobial and antioxidant properties thanks to its rich flavonoid and polyphenolic content. But we must attention this antimicrobial activity and anti-hemolytic activity and anti-healthy microorganism activities. The other studies of our group studies it was notable seen that all the studies propolis samples show good antimicrobial activity against gram-negative bacteria. This group propolis in different origins. So I take only a few propolis samples. You saw very huge bacteria. This group bacteria, gram-negative bacteria, Escherichia coli, Yersinia pseudotuberculosis, Klebsiella pneumonia, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Helicobacter pylori. Gram-positive bacteria include, of course, of Staphylococcus aureus, fecalis, Enterococcus fecalis, but this important bacteria, Streptococcus mutans, Streptococcus agalactia, Lactobacillus acidophilus, Lactobacillus casei, this group bacteria is not only pathogens, but also saprophytes or healthy microorganism. Streptococcus mutans as Streptococcus agalactia is important opportunist pathogen for Mount Healthy. We saw Candida albicans, Candida tropicalis, Saccharomyces cerevisiae. All of propolis affected all of these bacteria. This issue, we know this antimicrobial effective large metabolites and large antimicrobial affected gram-positive, gram-negative, yeast-like fungi, and anti-tuberculous activity. This is not good issue. This is not specific activity. Therefore, these natural products could be used in preservative and complementary medicines, but we must attention during the using time and concentration. We controls very strong controls that's using people. Another our studies we against Turkish green propolis, ethanol extract, methanol extract, and water extract. Together, Brazilian green water extract, methanol, and Brazilian green propolis, ethanol extract. All of extract, we saw green Turkish extract affected gram-negative large area bacteria and yeast affected, but all of this group extracts affected Mycobacterium tuberculosis groups, affected Staphylococcus aureus groups. We know another material, bee pollen, is male gamete produced by the antennas of seed-bred plants. The pollen is the main source of important nutrition and polyphenolic phytochemicals that honeybees collect to feed their larvae. This including a lot of materials. During the 2 days, a lot of scientists said us pollens includes materials. We studied pollens. Our study pollen water extract, methanol extract, diluted methanol extract, water and methanol and ethanol extract. All of pollen extracts not affected gram-negative and gram-positive bacteria, also yeast-like fungi, but some of pollen X1 water extract affected Mycobacterium sphegmatis, pollen 3 water extract affected Mycobacterium streptococcus, same as pollen 4 water extract. Not pollens methanol extract affected mostly bacteria and yeast-like fungi. Bioactive substances such as flavonoid, carotenoid, polyphospholipids, and polyunsaturated fatty acids have antibacterial and they are antimicrobial and anti-tumor, antiviral activities. Royal jelly is very important material is secret from the hypopharyngeal and mandibular glands of young worker bees, having a density 1.1 milligram/milliliters. superfood consumed by queen. It's affected in their first larva's age 2 or 3 days and of manufactures. So important material. The compounds royal jelly affected by many factors such as type of production, seasonal charge, how the bees are fed and bee bred. Included antioxidant, antitumoral, neurotropic, anti-inflammatory, phytoestrogens, and antimicrobial activities. The morphologic change of a larva into the queen bee is possible due to the presence of the royalactin compounds of royal jelly. Due to this superfood, the queen bee lives longer than the workers bee. The royal jelly includes a lot of important material. Firstly, important material, proteins, lipids, sugars, mineral, and organic substance. Very important material, royal jellies, proteins. All of these proteins, very important issue. I said last slide. This important material, percent of 11th level, high level royal jelly proteins 1, royalactins belong to the longer families, consist of 9 identification proteins, molecule mass in the range of 49 and 87 kilodalton, and with high homology among themselves. All are glycoproteins and water-soluble material. We know royal jelly biologic activities, another very important antimicrobial activities. Royal jelly protein 1, most abundant glycoprotein and heat resistance and longer storage stabilities than the monomeric form. It plays a vital role in honeybee nutrition and larva development and exhibition brought pharmacological activities in human. Apisimin is molecular weight 55 kilodalton, and kilodalton is a serine valine-rich peptides molecules. Very important honeybees products. It has a tendency to form oligomers. The antibacterial properties of royal jelly is very important, 10-hydroxide to deconic acids and the other materials. The carboxylic acids that are found in royal jelly known to apply antimicrobial features against fungi, gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria. I know royal jelly is studied, but not yet published. We know our studies, royal jelly is very important material for bacteria and yeast-like fungi and mycelous fungi, very affected. Not only healthy microorganism, pathogen microorganism, but also healthy microorganism, because this material may be sterile material for bee larvae, so very affected antimicrobial activities. Bee venom is apitoxin or is important material. This material includes at least 16 identifiable components. All of these components, enzymes, peptides, proteins, and variety of smaller molecules and lipids. The main enzymes identified to date the bee venom are phospholipase 2 and B hydrolanidase, phosphatase, alpha-glucosidase, and the other components. Histamine, dopamine, noradrenaline, and aminobutyric acid are some of the identified biogenic amines in the venoms. Glucose and fructose are the main sugars and main minerals have got. Apimine represent the smallest neurotoxin from bee venom composition, being an 16 amino acid peptide. All of these peptides affected antimicrobial activities. Bee venom is water-soluble proteins, consists of 26 amino acids with a molecular weight 2084 Dalton. This is very important activity, melittin. Many studies have reported that melittin is very active peptide, antiviral, antibacterial, antifungal, antitumoral, antiparasitic activity. It has been reported to process many biological activities, properties in humans. We know a lot of activities, bee venom. In our studies, bee venom, newly published our materials, we studied a lot of gram-negative and gram-positive bacteria and yeast-like fungi. We saw important activity, bee venom. This activity has got not only antimicrobial activity, but also hemolytic activity to blood, human blood. It is not good for human user bee venom, but very good antimicrobial activity. We saw agar-well diffusion methods. The minimum inhibition concentration, all of the microorganisms, we saw very huge, very low concentration micrograms and very high affected all of bacteria. This bacteria, some of them human pathogens, some of them no pathogens, only saprophytes. For example, Streptococcus Candida albicans, Candida tropicalis, Saccharomyces cerevisiae. We studied this group bacteria, mostly pathogens bacteria is affected very high. Candida is affected, but low level affects efficiency, but bacteria is high level affected. And in addition, important activity, I said again, hemolysis activities. Bee breath is highly valuable natural bee products. This product is produced by lactic acid fermentation, probably performed by microorganisms such as bacteria or yeast or all of together. This fermented pollen mixture is consumed as a food supplement. Very nice material. Honeybee breath has a higher probiotic value and a higher yield than normally bee pollen, and is another new healthy orientation products for bee productions. Wax, I studied wax, but I couldn't see any antimicrobial activity, but some literature says wax has got antifungal activity by Candida albicans yeast. This antimicrobial activity, antifungal compounds, flavonoids, and antioxidants, but wax is not soluble. So this affected, we saw in vitro tested. So not studied very high this type of bee production. I said all of bee productions antimicrobial activity. We know antibiotics. We use very huge number antibiotics for treatments human illness. These antibiotics and their mechanism have got 5 important target antibiotic metabolisms. This target antibacterial effect, one of them cell wall synthesis, protein synthesis, ribonucleic acid synthesis, deoxyribonucleic acid synthesis, and intermediate metabolisms. We have all antimicrobial activities, headers, targets have got a lot of antibiotics, but today we know mostly bacteria has got antibiotics resistance. It's a very important issue. All of the world, a lot of people died for resistance bacteria. We know this bacteria has got a translatable antibiotic resistance gene. There are likely significant difference in the mechanism of action B products and antibiotics. So B alternative products, B products material for antibiotics. We know antifungal activity. Antifungal activities, the most common antifungal target include fungal renal synthesis and fungal cell wall and membrane components. Through namely antifungal targets are being investigated because fungal cell wall is different from bacteria. Looks like some of fungal cells metabolism looks like human cells because all of two cells eukaryotic micro and microorganisms. So we haven't yet enough antifungal materials to treatment human fungal illness. We know a lot of plant illness, fungal illness, and we know very huge destroyed vegetable and plants during the years. Very important fungal pathogens. We have, we need another material for treatment fungal illness to human or animals and plants. Fungi are the world's most important decompositions. So a lot of honeybee materials included a lot of antifungal activities, but not affected very nice antifungal activity, all of this material, because fungi has got a lot of enzymes, and these enzymes has got important decomposition activity. So antifungal materials, we need new antifungal materials. Today's last 10 years important antimicrobial activity materials. This material antimicrobial peptides. Bacterial pathogens have development resistance to most of the conventional antibiotics available today. Therefore, generation novel medical antibiotics is an alternative to control, and that the information caused by these pathogens is essential. Antimicrobial peptides are natural occurring peptides, sequence compromise of cationic and hydrophobic amino acids. It's reduced 12 and 50 reduced amino acids with direct antimicrobial activity has got. This antimicrobial peptides in the literature promising alternative to antibiotics or potential to address the growing problem of antibiotic resistance and hold promise to be developed as novel antibiotics. Many of these peptides have more than one of function. Many antimicrobial peptides have been shown to process immunomodulator, anti-cancer, antibiofilm functions, and antimicrobial activities. We saw a lot of antimicrobial peptides varieties search. We interested plant and insect because honey products, honey is bee is in insect, and honey products is important material plants. We know plants include antimicrobial peptides. Insects has produced antimicrobial peptides. So these antimicrobial peptides affected a lot of types metabolism, inhibition of energy metabolism, inhibition protein folding affected cell cycle, affected destructs organelles, action of ribosomes, affect enzyme systems, bind with nucleic acid, induced degradation of nucleic acids. All of antimicrobial peptides has got a lot of intracellular and extracellular mechanism. For example, endocytosis, destroy membrane activities, and it's produce agglutination models. So very important material micro antimicrobial peptides. Now we saw honey products has got antimicrobial peptides. All of antimicrobial peptides families, apidacins, abesins, hymenopteosins, defensins is very important antimicrobial peptides. One of defensin one was originally isolated from royal jelly and therefore named royalism. It is several bioactive peptides were identified bee venom. Melectin consists of 18 amino acids, was isolated from the venom of bee types, Melecta albiforans. Melectin consists broad-spectrum antibacterial activity, gram-negative, gram-positive, and other type of cell structure, but low cytotoxicity and no hemolytic activity. So this material is very important for us for alternative therapy because no hemolytic activity, no cytotoxic activity. Several varieties of antimicrobial proteins molecules are found in honeybee royal jelly. Major royal jelly proteins has 5 isoforms. Gelin has 4 isoforms. Defensin has 2 isoforms called royalisins. All of material very important bee venom complex mixture contains several peptides. At the end of my presentation we must attention some points. Bee products are an important options for an alternative therapy. It is necessary to be selective and carefully, especially when using products with strong affections such as propolis. In the use of bee products, attention should be paid to the dose and duration of use. All bee products should be used target specifically. In order not to affect the normal microflora, it is necessary to increase the consumption of fermented food products during the use of these products. Thank you very much for listening to me and attention this Congress. Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you very much, all of participation. It's my colleagues and it's my town in Rize. Our town is produce tea growing and we have very nice area. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much for this interesting speech. And now at the beginning of the second session, Dr. Marta Palacz-Wróbel from Silesian College of Medicine in Katowice from Poland will have a speech about effect of the cosmetic prototype based on the bee products on the skin condition parameters.
All respected ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, but something is wrong with the... Okay, now. I'm sorry. I think I can't
see any picture.
I will share the screen maybe. Is my presentation visible or not?
Yeah, but it's not on the full screen.
Okay. Right now?
No, still not. I think the right now it's okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to have this presentation in front of such eminent audience. I represent Silesian Medical College in Katowice, and we make some researchers with Dary Natury. It's a company in Poland, at the most ecological part of Poland. And we also cooperate with Dr. Nowaczyk. It's a laboratory, cosmetics laboratory, and we make this research from 3 years right now, and we continue this year because we got a grant for extra research. And now I'd like to present the effect of our main project, effect of the cosmetic prototype based on bee products on the skin condition parameters. Natural compounds are really popular right now. It's all over the world. People are taking care of what they use, what they put on the skin, and they have from day to day much bigger knowledge in this field. That's why through the last year I was joining a study in EcoCert company as auditor for cosmetics in cosmetics industry, and I decided to put this knowledge into this project because it's really difficult to make a new prototype according to EcoCert Cosmos standard or EcoCert Cosmos organic standard, because you have to take into the consideration all the standards main points. From the choosing the ingredients, how to work with the ingredients, you have to take care of the environmental impact of the production. So we did this all, and it was really, really difficult. The aim of the study, as I said, was to design a new emulsion and check the impact of this emulsion on the condition of the skin. We focused on the very dry skin, nearly or atopic dermatitis. At the beginning, we had a lot of raw materials because Dary Natury, they produce a lot of herbs, and a lot of these herbs can be used in treatment different diseases. They can be eaten, but we also checked all these ingredients, raw materials, if we can use them in the cosmetics production. We analyzed the active ingredients that are in these herbs, and then we decided which of them we can use as a water, or which of them we can use as an extract. What was the difference? Because some substances are going into the flower water, herbs water, in the high temperature, and some active ingredients are, so some active compounds can also be extracted to the extracts. Because the extracts we are getting in the lower temperature. We evaluate the proportions, how many herbs we use to get the extract. And normally we used 30 grams of the plant material and into 1 liter of flasks. As you can see on the picture, it's stirring apparatus. And we distillate the water, and we got the flower water from different herbs. And then we had to check of course, the bacteria, the pH, and we evaluate the pH at the level of 5.5 because it was the best pH for the preservatives. We used only preservatives that are accepted by EcoCert standards, so they are really healthy. As I can say that they are healthy, but they are not harmful, and they can be used for the children, and it's really safe. So in this level of 5.5 pH, we put it into the water, this preservatives, and then we put it the flower water into the flasks, closed flask in the dark places. Other things we did was a glycerin water extract. We used a special machine for that. It's extract machine, and we used ultrasounds to extract more active compounds. Normally at the beginning, we did extraction in the room temperature. It was from 4 to 24 hours. It was depending what herb we had. And after that, we used this machine to extract with the ultrasounds in the 60 degrees. After that, we had to clean the extract because normally a lot of pieces of the herbs were coming into the extract. So we had to clean the extract with Büchner apparatus, and also we did some verticulation. And after that, we had to also evaluate the pH at the level of 5.5 to use the same preservative to keep the glycerin water extract in the good condition to be useful for the next step of the research. And also we did some we were checking the level of acids in the oils that we produce in this company, and we had a lot of different oils, and we were thinking which oil we can use in the production of such emulsions. So we had some results of this acids in every oil. So we choose 3 of them to use in the next step of the research. Also, we check the concentration of arachidonic acid and gamma-linolenic acid in the oils that we produce, because if the skin is very dry or is suffering from atopic dermatitis, it is possible that the skin needs some this gamma-linolenic acid, or the level of arachidonic acid is too low. So we decided that we have to choose the oil that can help in this situation. So after analyzation of all the ingredients and all the oils, we decided to make prototype of the emulsion. And as you can see, the emulsion was containing from different phases. The first phase was water, And the second was verbascum water, camelina extract, and vanilla extract. The next phase was oil phase, and we used Enotera oil, camelina sativa oil, and nigella oil. Why we used all these oils? Because this first one contained a lot of gamma-linoleic acid. This one is also have a lot of linoleic acid, and nigella oil, it's really the oil that in our production, this oil contains a lot of antioxidants. So in our research, when we checked also the antioxidant activity of the oils, we found that this oil, nigella oil, it's full of this antioxidant. It's really strong, and we can use it in the production. The problem, of course, is with the flavor of the oils, because camelina sativa oil and nigella, they have a very specific flavor. So not everyone can use this oil because they don't like this flavor, but it's natural. So, so it was the third phase. We also used beeswax and honey, because beeswax can be used as an emulgator and also emollient, natural emollient, and can also influence the consistency of the emulsion. We used also Oliven 1000. It's also emulsifying agent, and we really needed this agent to get stable composition, because without this it was really hard to obtain the stable emulsion. And of course, as I said, we used honey. It was the honey from our company also. And as you can see, we used also the preservative agents again, Googat and Rokonsal, as I said before, that we used to the extract and water. So how we did this prototype? Of course, at the beginning, we heated the water to 80 degrees. Then we added at 45 degrees verbascum water, camelina extract, and vanilla extract. And then we heat it again, and we added other ingredients. It's really important because beeswax is melted at 60 degrees, so it's hard to get very stable emulsion. So you always have to heat, because otherwise it's not working. And then we added honey under 40 degrees. Why we used this for under 40 degrees? It was because the higher temperature would be harmful for all the active compounds that are in the honey that we used. And also at the end of the cycle, we add preservatives agents under 35 degrees. And we also check the pH, which should be 5.5. After that, we checked if the cream is stable. As you can see here, we did 8 weeks test. We did 8 weeks test also for the water, verbascum water, camelina extract, and vanilla water. We checked the pH before and after this 8 weeks. And we check also the microbiological clearance of the waters, and they were really fine. But as you can see here, the problem was that the prototype wasn't stable in high temperature, so in 40 degrees. That's why we decided to use only the cream that was in the room temperature, so in 25 degrees, so it was stable, and microbiological and physical chemical stabilization was obtained. And then we did some sensorical analyzation. As you can see here, this sensorical analyzation we do in 5 points. We check the absorption of the cream, how the cream is. It's some kind of the hedonistic analyzation of the cream, but it's really important for the consumers because people, they have different needs according to the dermocosmetics. So it was the purpose to check if it's acceptable or not. And in this situation, the sensorical analyzation showed that it was acceptable and the flavor wasn't so bad at the end. Maybe because of this vanilla extract. And then we checked how the cream influence on the skin. And we had 5 probants, and after 3 weeks of use this cream, cutometric result saw a really small increase of elasticity of the skin. The second result is corneometer results. We checked what was the hydration of the skin. So at the beginning, as you can see, it was on the small level, but after 8 weeks, it was much bigger. So the cream was working and there was no side effects, as I can say. So at the beginning, it was the hydration of the skin was on this level, and after 8 weeks, it was like this. And also we have reduction of the redness of the skin, as you can see here. It's this change of atopic dermatitis, and we used here, and it's different. The redness is going away, as we can see. Also here at the beginning, the skin of the patient, 1 proband, and after 8 weeks, we can see here. And also on the different place of the skin, here and here. This result is after 4 weeks. So we did also checking in wood lamps, and you can see here also the reduction of this field here after using the cream. So as a conclusion, the use of tested cream slightly improved the elasticity and hydration of the skin, but we still need additional studies to confirm the effectiveness of the emulsion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for such an interesting presentation. And now Professor Narman Seguni from Faculty of Medicine of University Salah Boniber from Algeria will talk about propolis application and uses in cosmetics.
Dear participants, dear organization committee, first of all, I would like to thank you for your kind invitation for participation. I'm Dr. Nariman Segni. I'm Associate Professor in Faculty of Medicine, University Saleh Boughnider, Constantine III, Algeria. My talk today is entitled Propolis Applications and Uses in Cosmetics. In the last recent years, consumer interest and demand for natural and healthy products have increased, leading to the development of healthy foods and beverage products for medical devices, over-the-counter preparation, and phytocosmetics. Phytocosmetics are an important aspect of traditional medicine in Algeria, with an annual growth of 12%. Recently, researchers are interested in natural products not only for their individual bioactive compounds, but also for the use of their different crude extracts. Propolis has been reported to be rich in bioactive compounds and to possess various biological properties such as antioxidant, antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, wound healing, anti-aging, and photoprotective properties. However, few works were focused on its potential use as a multifunctional material in phytocosmetics. We reported in the present presentation the potential uses and applications of propolis in cosmetics, in particular those related to antioxidant, antibacterial, and wound healing properties. The skin acts as a biological barrier protecting the body's organs against external environmental hazards. Because of its function, the skin is considered a target organ under constant oxidative stress and tissue damage. In normal and intact cells, a balance exists between production of reactive oxygen species from the mitochondria and expression of antioxidant enzymes, including catalase, superoxide dismutase, and glutathione peroxide. However, when the skin is under, or the cells were under stress, the balance is disturbed or disrupted, and free radicals may alter cellular behavior, leading to cell damage and death. Propolis antioxidant activity has been largely investigated. This activity was involved in many mechanisms of action of propolis and its effect on several diseases, such as chronic diseases. In the present figure, the probably antioxidant effect of propolis on some chronic diseases is represented. In diabetes, for example, propolis reduces oxidative stress in type 2 diabetes and helps to protect vascular function against high glucose level. What you can see in this figure is related to animal study using Brazilian propolis. The tested propolis increased antioxidant balance in diabetic rats. Clinical trial indicated that Brazilian propolis remarkably increased glutathione, decreased serum carbonyl and oxidative protein marker. In addition, serum total polyphenol was evaluated, indicated that polyphenols are bioavailable and after absorption acts as antioxidant. Other chronic diseases or the effect of propolis on other chronic diseases are also reported, such as in cancer, neurological diseases, and gastrointestinal diseases. The active compounds pointed to be responsible of such activity have been detected and identified in several studies, and those compounds are mainly phenolics, in particular phenolic acid and flavonoids. The mechanism of action have been widely discussed, and some mechanism has been described in many research papers, such as inhibition of the enzymes involved in the formation of reactive oxygen species, such as xanthine oxidase, chelatin trace elements such as free ion or copper, which are potential enhancer of the generation of free radicals, acting even as stabilizers of these radicals involved in oxidative process by forming complexes with them. The antioxidant activity of propolis has been observed in topical formulation to prevent and treat skin diseases as well as aging. A healthy skin depends upon the balanced presence of free oxygen radical, of which high levels can cause cell death and aging. Regarding antimicrobial activity, several studies have shown the antimicrobial activity of literally all types of propolis. Propolis is generally considered to be more active against gram-positive bacteria than gram-negative bacteria. And the question is why propolis is active against gram-positive bacteria than gram-negative bacteria. The answer is that the exact reason for this is not completely elucidated, and it is possible that propolis may interact with lipids in the plasma membrane. Propolis can increase membrane permeability and inhibit bacterial motility. To do so, it must reach the cell membrane, which is more easily done in the gram-positive microorganism than the gram-negative ones. Other proposed mechanism of action in the literature was the generation of ion imbalance in the microenvironment of the bacteria. This figure summarizes the antimicrobial and antiparasitic properties of propolis. Propolis might act using several mechanisms of action, and some of them are represented in this figure. Propolis can act by inhibiting the ability of the pathogens to invade the host cells by forming a physical barrier and inhibiting enzymes and proteins needed for invasion into the host cells. Propolis can also act by inhibiting the replication process of the pathogens by inhibiting the enzymes needed for the replication of the pathogen's genetic material. Propolis inhibits also the metabolic process of the pathogens by disrupting cellular organelle and components responsible for energy production. Regarding the host, propolis can act by modulation of pro-inflammatory response and upregulation of innate immunity. One of the proposed mechanisms of action of antibacterial activity of propolis is reported in this figure. According to the author, the active component of propolis can be attached to the cytoplasmic membrane of the bacterial cell. This can damage the structure integrity and lead to the perforation of the membrane. Then the cytoplasmic content expelled outside. The consequence of all those phenomena is the cell death. Several other or possible mechanisms of action has been discussed in different literature and different research, and the possible mechanism of action and the proposed mechanism of action might be nucleic acid synthesis inhibition, cytoplasmic membrane function alteration, energy metabolism inhibition, reducing the ability to development of biofilm, cell membrane proteins inhibition, compromising membrane permeability, and bacterial resistant development. Propolis possesses also other antimicrobial activities such as antifungal properties and antiviral properties. Antifungal properties is very useful in dermatology, but due to the lack of time, we will not discuss research in these regards. Wound healing activity is another interesting activity which might explain the potential use of propolis and its application in cosmetics. Wound healing is a complex and dynamic process which is not fully understood. Self-regeneration of the skin is generally a considerably fast and efficient process. However, extensive injuries, deep burns, and some chronic diseases such as diabetes can compromise the normal process of skin healing and regeneration. Propolis is one of the best-known antibacterial and anti-inflammatory substances that humans have utilized from ancient time, along with honey. Experimental studies have recently demonstrated that propolis and honey can speed up and increase the percentage of wound healing compared to more traditional methods. With regards to skin wound regeneration, propolis can lead to an increase in reepithelialization, fibroblast growth factor expression, collagen deposition, and stimulates the cellular proliferation of keratinocytes and fibroblasts, thereby contributing to faster and more effective skin regeneration. These figures summarize the molecular mechanism targeting wound healing activity of propolis. Propolis can act on collagen synthesis and induce the accumulation of type 1 and type 3 collagen in the damaged tissue matrix. In addition, propolis can act on cell migration, cell proliferation, cell adhesion, for example, reepithelialization and many other mechanisms. Among the biological compounds which are involved in such activity, literature pointed flavonoids and phenolic acids such as apigenin, cresine, galangin, conferol, and caffeic acid. This figure represents the relation between wound healing properties of propolis and other biological properties such as antimicrobial, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, reparative, and regenerative properties. Those activities can explain the wound healing properties of propolis and explain the shortening of the healing time, the reducing of the risk of infection, can explain also the analgesic effect of propolis and the reduction of excessive scarring. Other activities can also be discussed and are very interesting when we are talking about propolis and its application and use in cosmetic. And those activities are, for example, anti-inflammatory activity, photoprotective properties, skin aging prevention, in particular photo-induced skin aging. This figure summarizes the probable anti-inflammatory effects of propolis, in particular one of its bioactive compounds, which is caffeic acid phenylethyl ester, K compounds and components in popular type propolis. These compounds possess an anti-inflammatory activity, and it has been explained by several mechanisms of action, such as suppressing the release of inflammatory cytokines, such as a tumor necrosis factor. In the same time, these compounds increase production of anti-inflammatory cytokines, such as interleukin-4 and interleukin-10. These compounds also act by suppressing gene expression of some K enzymes such as lipooxygenase and cyclooxygenase 1 and 2. It also acts by decreasing infiltration of monocyte and neutrophil and many other mechanisms of action. Propolis protects also from ultraviolet radiation, since it can absorb UV light due to the presence of caffeic acid, fumaric acid, and ferulic acid. Propolis is a good additive to sun blockers, such as creams, lotions, sticks, and lipsticks, due to its properties of a natural filter, as well as antioxidative, anti-inflammatory, and regenerative effects. Propolis possesses also skin agent or a prevention from skin agent, in particular ultraviolet induced skin agent. And our investigation of Algerian propolis lead to or can explain some mechanism involved in this prevention. Our results indicate that propolis prevents photo-induced skin agent by inhibition of the activation of MMP3, a K enzyme of the proteolytic cascade. Propolis also prevents the activation of pro-MMP1 and pro-MMP9. In another study, propolis treatment reduced UV-induced MMP1 expression and blocked collagen degradation in human skin tissues, suggesting that the anti-skin agent activity of propolis can be recapitulated in clinically relevant conditions. While propolis treatment did not display any noticeable effects against extracellular signal-regulated kinase pathways, propolis exerted significant inhibitory activity, specifically against phosphorylations of phosphoinositidine-dependent protein kinase and protein kinase. This figure summarizes the topical activities and uses of propolis and its properties. So you can see that propolis can be used as a photoprotective agent in, for example, for sunscreens, because it's absorb UV light. Propolis accelerates wound closure and cause reepithelialization. It can be used as a wound healing agent, including burns and diabetes-related wounds. Because of its texture, propolis can also participate in the maintenance of cosmetics texture. Because of its antimicrobial activity, it can be used in the treatment of some diseases such as mycosis, and because of its antioxidant activity, propolis can prevent skin damage and skin aging and wrinkling. Regarding Algerian propolis, we investigate the potential use of Algerian propolis as a multifunctional material in cosmetics. In this regard, ethanolic extract of propolis was obtained by maceration in 80% ethanol in a solvent ratio 1/10 weight by volume. Then total phenolic and flavonoid content were determined, and the phenolic acid composition of the studied propolis was determined using UFLC MSMS analysis. Free radical scavenging ability and reducing capacity were evaluated, and antibacterial activity was evaluated by the determination of minimum inhibitory concentration against several gram and negative bacteria. Finally, the wound healing activity of 30% ethanolic extract and propolis ointment was studied using excision wound in the anterior dorsal side of the rats. Our results demonstrated that ethanolic extract of Algerian propolis could be used in topical formulation and can be considered as a multifunctional constituent. The tested extract exhibited interesting antioxidant and antibacterial activities. Chemical analysis allowed the identification of 11 phenolics. Among them, 5 are considered the main compounds of the studied propolis, namely chlorogenic acid, gallic acid, rutin, caffeic acid, and transenamic acid. In light of the present finding, propolis can not only be used as a cosmetic ingredient, but also be used as a preventative and curative constituent, which might be used as a barrier when applied externally or on infected and non-infected skin. Our work has been recently published and accepted in the journal Molecules. For any contact, you can use my emails. And finally, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for a very interesting lecture. As a next, Professor Ardo Sabir from Faculty of Dentistry of University of Makassar from Indonesia will have a presentation about using propolis in conservative dentistry and endodontic treatment.
Okay, thank you very much. Good night, everyone. First, I want to thank you to the organizing committee, especially scientific committee of this conference, who...
Excuse me, can we ask you for the full screen, make the presentation on the full screen?
Okay, I try. Okay.
Oh, thank you very much.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you for the organizing committee of this conference to give me an opportunity to present my PowerPoint. My title for this time is Using Propolis in Conservative Endodontic Treatment. Before that, I introduce myself. I'm Ardo Sabir. I'm a lecturer and dentist at the Department of Conservative Dentistry, Faculty of Dentistry, Hasanuddin University in Makassar, Indonesia. Okay, start. Can you see my PowerPoint? Excuse me, can you see?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay. Because sometimes my laptop have trouble to present the PowerPoint. Okay, this is the outline of my presentation. The first one is the propolis overview. The second is the basic research and clinical application of propolis in dental treatment. The third is the history and prospect of using propolis in conservative dentistry and endodontic treatment. And the last one is the conclusion. Okay, we start with the first one, the propolis overview. As we know, that's the propolis is a natural resin. Produced collected by honeybee from leaves and buds of the different plant source. The function of propolis to the bee is to preserve, warm in hive, and keep out microbes. And the propolis has been using for healing and as a part of apiterapii. The composition of propolis is primarily is 50% by resinous compound and vegetable balsam, 30% is beeswax, 10% essential and aromatic oils, 5% bee pollen, and 5% is other substance, including organic debris. The chemical composition is very complex, depends on the collecting location, time, and informant where we collect the propolis. Among its constituents, the flavonoids, known as a very potent inhibitors of eicosanoid production, which strongly affect the immune and inflammatory response. Okay, there is several pharmacologist activities of propolis. Some of them is antimicrobial as antimicrobial agent, as anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, anti-tumor, regenerative tissue, and also immunoregulatory. In dentistry, the propolis has been used in many aspects of treatment of oral disease, including in oral surgery to increase the healing after extraction tooth, oral medicine, oral pathology, periodontics, periodontology, and also conservative dentistry and endodontics. Definition of the term of conservative dentistry is the art and science of the diagnosis, treatment, and prognosis of defect of teeth that do not require full coverage restoration for correction. And endodontic is a branch of the dentistry that is concerned with the morphology, physiology, and pathology of human dental pulp and periradicular tissues. Okay, the second part is the basic research and clinical application of propolis in conservative dentistry and endodontic treatment. Our study in 2005 in rats, we use zinc oxide-based filler as the control positive, and the treatment group is the flavonoid of propolis and also non-flavonoid propolis as a direct pulp capping agent. The result showed that the flavonoid propolis may delay the dental pulp information, and also as the interesting is could stimulate reparative dentin. The reparative dentin is the key sign as the healing of the pulp after have injuries or caries, so we can maintain the vitality of the pulp. Okay, the other study done by Parolia et al. And at 2010, the method they compare. They're also doing the direct pulp capping, but in the human tooth, and they compare the propolis and calcium hydroxide and matrix the MTA. This is the both of the last agent is the standard agent to direct pulp capping in dentistry done by the dentists until now. Mineral trioxide aggregate, the MTA. The results show that the materials, all material has similar effectiveness in induction the reparative dentin. The other study by Hangari et al. In 2012 in pig tooth compare the propolis and also calcium hydroxide base product also to direct pulp capping agent. The result show that the propolis can stop inflammatory reaction, infection with bacteria and pulp necrosis, and also the propolis can induce formation of tubular dentin through stimulation of stem cell. This is the articles of three of that research. Okay, how propolis can induce the formation of reparative dentin of dentinal bridge formation in direct pulp capping treatment. I conclude that the causes. The first is the propolis could stimulate ferrous enzyme system, cell metabolism, circulation, and also collagen formation. And the second one is the propolis has a good antimicrobial agent by prevent bacteria cell division, breakdown bacteria cell wall. And the last is the propolis capable to stimulating the production of the TGF-beta-1 that required in differentiation of odontoblastic-like cell. Okay, the propolis as an anti-cholestatic agent. Our study in 2005 also in vitro evaluate the effect of flavonoid derived propolis on growth of Streptococcus mutans bacteria, and the result is the flavonoid and can inhibit the growth of Streptococcus mutans at 0.1% for 24 hours and 0.5% for 48 hours. Hayashibara et al. And at the same time using rats to evaluate the influence of propolis on S mutans viability, glucosyl transferase activity, and also caries development. Their study showed that the propolis has the antibacterial activity and glucosyl transferase inhibitors it's effective in reducing the dental caries in rats. Our study doing by Liberio et al. In 2009, this is a critical literature review. The data from 1978 to 2008 about the effect of propolis on the growth of S. mutans, bacterial adherence, glucosyl transferase activity, and also caries indicator. The results show that the propolis and its components are promising as a karyostatic agent. This is the articles. Okay. Propolis also already using as the hypersensitivity dentin treatment. Again, our result in 2007, we want to know in vitro effect the ectonolic extract propolis solution on the human animal teeth using the Vickers hardness testers. The conclusion of our study so that the immersion the teeth in 0.125% EP solution for 84 minutes could increase the human animal hardness. Furest et al. In 2014 evaluate clinical effect of propolis and 5% potassium nitrate application for 1 to 4 and 12 weeks. Potassium nitrate 5% is the agent usually used by dentists to treat the hypersensitivity dentin in patient. The results show that the propolis was more effective in relieving dentinal hypersensitivity. And the same time, Hongal et al. Also conduct the vitro study to evaluate the dentin surface of human molar teeth using scanning electron microscope. They found a thin, smooth layer of our dentin surface after having been immersed in 30% ethanolic extract propolis for 4 minutes. This is the articles. Okay, this is, we can show that in the right side, the propolis 30% can close in the tubulus dentinalis compared to the citric acid 6% in the left side, and the center is the calcium phosphate. Okay, propolis also used as the intracanal irrigant and medicament. And this is when we the irrigant solution and medicament we use while we do the endodontic treatment. Research by Onsak et al. In 2008, and also the Rezende et al. And our study found that a similar result, that the propolis had good antibacterial activity again Enterococcus faecalis both in vitro and vivo. Enterococcus faecalis bacteria is usually we found where the endodontic treatment has failed because this bacteria Enterococcus faecalis have many virulency factors, and so this is the challenge to the dentist to eradicate this bacteria from the root canal system. And as intracanal irrigant, Braswell and et al. In 2013 conduct an in vitro study to evaluate the efficiency of Morinda citrifolia, aloe vera, and also propolis in comparison to the 1% sodium hypochlorite with passive ultrasonic irrigation to remove the Enterococcus faecalis biofilm in root human permanent teeth intracanal irrigants. The results show that the propolis was effective in removing Enterococcus faecalis biofilm. Okay, we continue to the third section. This is the history of using propolis in dentistry and endodontic treatment. The start is Egyptian and Greek civilization, where Hippocrates prescribed propolis for many ailments, and 1960 to 1970, propolis has been a traditional treatment for dental problem in France and Denmark. And 1987, a study in Yugoslavia showed that the propolis can increase the blood flow of the dental pulp. And 1990 and 1991 studies in Russia using propolis in root canal filling. The Romanian study also showed that the propolis to be effective as a pulp capping agent. In Japan, propolis showed have an effect on reducing caries. And 2004, research in New York, USA, found the propolis can inhibit the growth of Streptococcus mutans bacteria. Okay, this is the factors may influence the propolis to be a modern drug. The first is the standardization of the composition of propolis, because this is still a problem due to its chemical diversity, because the propolis was collected in different geographic region in the world. And the second is where the people who have allergic to propolis, if they using it locally or systematically, because although the incidence of people allergic is the presentation is small, but we must care about that. And the third factors is not all interaction between propolis and other drug well known. So this is the factors may influence propolis to be the modern drugs. Okay. As conclusion is from my presentation, that's the propolis is a natural medication with a promising future, but further studies should be conducted to investigate its merit and demerits in clinical dentistry. This is the reference. This is my country, and this is Makassar in Sulawesi Islands in the central of Indonesia. This is my campus, Hasanuddin University in Makassar. This is a location about 10 kilometers from downtown. And this is the city of Makassar. Okay, I think that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. And next, Rafael Feliti, coordinator of the section Dentistry of International Federation of Apiterapii from Uruguay, will have a lecture about the uses of propolis in dentistry.
You can find a share screen button. Sorry, we don't hear you.
Mr. Feliti, we can't hear you. Excuse me, Mr. Feliti, we still we can't hear you.
Mr. Faliti, can you choose a microphone button and touch on this and find source of your microphone. On the top of menu microphone. You can find choose microphone and take your source.
Sorry for the delay. My name is Rafael Felipe. I'm dentist, and I use propolis in dentistry about 8 years ago. It's a pleasure to me, and let's talk about the use of propolis in dentistry. Okay. This is the first time I think that propolis used in the world. It's a small mice to go in the hive, and the bees kill him and mummify the mice. Okay. The propolis I use is from a laboratory from here. The name is Apiterapii. They use this kind of propolis as a mash here. This kind of propolis, not this propolis. In past conference, we saw about the different quality of this propolis of the marsh and this kind of propolis of the another one. They prepare me a 5% alcohol solution, and I use only this one solution. This is very important because I need the same quality all the year, and in the same quality along the years. I need the quality in autumn, in spring, in different kind of years. I use this. This is very important. This is very special. And the product is they use propolis to extract Apiterapii 18. And this is the same composition along the years. Why? Because I need the stability of the propolis solution is the same stability in the time, in the years. And the same composition in the years. This is very important. And in past conference, the people talk about this. Okay. In the year, is 15 months, the stability is very, very good. And in 6 months, they put in a stuff, and they accelerate the conditions, and the stability of the solution is the same in the time. Okay, this is very important, and this is too important. The composition about the flavonoids, the acid, caffeics, and another composition is the same in the year, and the same composition in the time. Okay, this is another important question about this. And I need the same composition about pinosembrin and pinolockin. This is the laboratory when he makes the blend, they I sure I have this in the same solution in 1 year or another year. It's very, very important. Okay, and this composition too is the same composition in the years and in the charts, every chart. Okay, another flavonoids. And when we use this, the propolis identity, we use in this case in caries, periodontitis, dental pulp treatment, wound healing, bone healing, root canal, gingivitis, cavity or caries, and supragingival plaque. This is all of use and another one. Okay. Let's see about the root canal treatment. This is a patient who come to my office and I saw a small fistula here. Fistula is generally an expression of an infection in the bone and at the end of the root. I think this is a small infection, okay, because the fistula is small, a small fistula. And when I took RX, I saw this. This is the here. This is the root. This is the crown. And here is a very, very big infection. Okay. I talked with him. The decision is between take off the piece and place an implants after regeneration, tisular gate, or take off the post and make the treatment. We decide to make the root canal treatment using 5% alcohol propolis solution, like an irrigant and medication between treatments. Okay. And I take off the post. And this is the root. And use 5% alcoholic solution for the irrigant. And after a week, the bone is growing and the infection is small or more small. After 2 weeks, the infection, see here, is small and the new bone is growing or grow. After 3 weeks, the infection is more small. Remember, the propolis solution, I take off this and use 5% propolis solution for an irrigant. The propolis cross this point and go to here. Okay. If we use hypochlorite sodium for this, and the hypochlorite sodium cross this point, we have been a big trouble, because hypochlorite make an reaction, and generally it's an edema and another blood. The patient doesn't have any problem. And we make the root canal, the duration of the root. Okay, and place another post, and the infection goes down. And the final picture, this is a new crown, a new post, and the roots is still in place. Okay. And about periodic treatment, this is a everyday problem. The patient with brackets have this problem, with gingival problems here. We use 5% propolis solution for irrigating this. Here. You see when the patient coming, and come back after a week in this condition. Here is really very good. Okay, let's look at that patient after 2 weeks. Very nice. Here is another big problem. This patient came to my office about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and with the patient come, they look at with this, here another problem, here another problem, and we decide to first use 5% propolis solution for make prophylaxis and first attack to the plague, to the dental plague. Look at that here. Here. And here is a big problem. We use 5% propolis solution for irrigating the gums, between the gum and the tooth. Here. Because I need to go down the bacterium and plague, and for give the patient the option to have a better hygiene. He can't brush the teeth because this is pain. Have pain when he brush his teeth, and I need to go down the plague, the plague, and patient can brush. Look at that. Here. Very bad. And after the irrigation, the first section, the patient is better. The propolis now active here. Look at that. Look at here, this the patient comes in a week and he looks better. He can brush and still fine. Now excellent, but looks so fine. Remember the first picture from this side is no blood. Here is the inflammation goes down, and here is better. I hope next Congress I give the final solution of the patient. I need to take out this white, the composite here, and this, because this is better too. Okay. And in operative dentistry, like Ardo, usually we have this kind of cases about this carious lesion, and usually this kind of lesion we need to root canal treatment. Okay, but we can use propolis for place here at the end of the cavity and stimulate the stem cells of the pulp to regenerate dentin. We take off the carious, the lesion here from this side, only this side in the walls, not in the deep, and place a material with propolis, a cement with propolis here, and wait about one month or 1 month, 4 weeks. Okay, place a temporary cement and wait. This is the picture of the eggs, and this is the base of the cavity. This is the pulp, and if I continue to take off the carious, the lesion, I put in contact the pulp with the cavity, and we need to make the root canal. But if I use cement with propolis and put here, the pulp can respond and draw dentin here. Look at that. This is the deep carious, and here the carious, the pulp respond and form dentin. And this is the picture about the deep carious. Okay, I take off the temporary filling and look that, and I make the composite without any problem, and the composite is still in place, and the patient doesn't have any problem. And another use of propolis is a antifungal. This is a patient with full prosthesis, and usually they doesn't take off the prosthesis, and between the prosthesis, the base of the prosthesis, and the tissue, the candida stay here, it's here, and it's very, very sad. In the tongue too, here, this is the same patient. And I give him the propolis solution with cotton, with propolis solution. The patient plays every day, twice a day, and look at that in a week. The gums look very nice and without any problem. This is like the patient come, and this is the patient after a 2-week use propolis solution. Okay, okay, no more. Thank you so much one more time for the attention.
Thank you very much for this interesting lecture. And these were all presentations today. So please feel free to ask questions and actively participate in the discussion during the roundtable part of our conference. And at the beginning, we would like to address a few questions from the chat and from YouTube to Professor Cristina Matescu. Professor, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, so the first question is, if we grind the pollen grains, wouldn't that break the resistant outer layer without the need of fermenting the pollen?
Unfortunately, this proved not to be the best decision in grinding the pollen, because this exine containing the sporopollenin is very, very resistant to any mechanical, physical, or any other, even enzymes are not enough to split the membrane. So only grinding the pollen does not make any sense. We can benefit of the contents of pollen if we put it, if we have dry pollen, in yogurt, for instance, for at least 12 hours at room temperature to activate the enzymes in the inner pollen wall so that they begin to split the substrate, and so step by step the contents of the pollen grain will be in the medium with the yogurt, containing, of course, lactobacilli and other bacteria, probiotics, for instance. But the mechanical, it's not enough. Even boiling pollen in 3-ethanolamine or so many other chemical compounds do not destroy it. Even ultrasound processing, it's not enough for destroying the pollen wall.
Okay, thank you very much. And the second question is there any quantity of honey consumption that a person cannot exceed per day? Are there side effects for excess consumption of honey and other bee products? If possible, give the necessary quantity to consume per day for a certain period of each bee products.
Generally, it is, if we have honey, of course, 1 spoon, I mean a soup spoon a day would be enough for a day. daily consumption to sweeten our tea or to sweeten our coffee. Of course, any excess of sweets can impair a little bit the glucose metabolism in our body, so no excessive sugar is recommended. For the pollen, we in Romania, with the experience of the medical doctor in the clinic of Apiterapii we had in Bucharest, we recommend about 20-30 grams of pollen a day. If it's raw pollen or fresh pollen, it can be a bit higher as the amount of dry substance is less in the fresh pollen than in the dry pollen. For propolis, that is a recommendation more or less of a medical doctor, but in our experience with the propolis tincture, 30% in various solvents like ethanol or 70% or 80% ethanol, hydroalcoholic product, we can recommend for daily dose just for the well-being and not for treatment, about 30 drops. It's about 1 milliliter and something of the product. But if it's for therapies, this is personalized according to each patient. And we have the luck to have in Romania specialized medical doctors with competence in epiphytotherapy that might help in case of the diseases, specific diseases that the patient has.
Thank you very much for this answer. And we have the third question. If we want to avoid the use of yeasts in the fermentation process of pollen grains, what are alternatives to kombucha?
Yes, I have seen this question in the chat. Actually, the transformation of pollen into bee bread is taking place with the help of many yeasts. So I can, just to show you, I don't know if I can share a little bit the screen just to show you what is happening and to see how many yeasts are involved in the process of transforming bee pollen naturally into bee bread inside the hive. So not only kombucha, we can use any other equilibrated, balanced medium containing bacteria and yeast. This was an experiment that we tried because kombucha has been used for many other fermentation procedures. So we have tried to see what is happening with bee pollen under the circumstances, trying to find a better way to reach the so-called bee bread, but not artificial, but natural, using natural compounds. I may just show you 1 second to see exactly what are the...
Okay, of course. If you want, you can share the screen.
Yes, just to show. These are the species. And the average from the class, these are found in pollen and also in the bee bread during the first days of fermentation and also during the last days of fermentation. So you can find this paper. It's published in 2020 in Microorganisms. I can share with you the paper, the link.
Okay, thank you very much for this answer. And we have also the fourth question about the ratios of bee pollen and kombucha that you should mix.
I have mentioned this in my presentation, how much we have. It depends on how dry is the pollen also, because if you use dry pollen, it's different than using fresh pollen and that humidity. We have to have the balance. I have still here, I think, the presentation. I will write you on the chat immediately, okay?
Okay,
for those interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So next we have a question to Dr. Felitti. What dosage of the 5% propolis was administered to the patients?
The dose is for root canal, or I doesn't understand the question, but I usually change the hypochlorite sodium from propolis solution. Is the dose of the propolis.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, so I think that's all, and we are starting our closing ceremony. So I want to ask Ms. Anna Kurek-Górecka for a few words at the end of the conference.
Dear participants, dear colleague, I would like to congratulate all speakers. We listened 18 speakers from Romania, from Turkey, from Poland, Uruguay, from Algeria, and many other countries. It was a magnificent way to share knowledge and our experience. I would like to remember that you can send your valuable articles to special issue of Applied Sciences entitled Propolis and Other Bee Products, Beneficial Effect on Health and Processing Technology. And at the end, I would like to ask you to turn on your camera, because we would like to make a photo together. I wish you a further success.
Kindly allow the videos.
Okay, thank you very much for your attention and possibility to make a photo together. Thank you very much, and I hope we will meet periodically.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to all of you who organized such meeting. All the best, and my wish is to be together in some time in the future. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, dear Anna, for the well organization of this great event. Hope to see you in the next event concerning apitherapy.
Thank you very much, dear Professor.
Anna.
Thank
Congratulations for this nice meeting with the experts, and also for the topic selected for this conference. Congratulations.
We are waiting you also in Chile next year for the Apimondia Congress. So you should present your valuable data and research.
Okay, let's see in Chile.
Yes.
How about you, Rafael?
How are you?
You missed you in Apimondia. You missed you in Apimondia.
It's so far, so expensive from here.
Yes, yes. Also from Morocco, it was very, very expensive. Yes. More than 1,000 euro for a flight ticket. Very expensive, yes.
Chile is near. Chile is really near here.
But for us, Chile is also so expensive.
Okay, it's very nice country. I think Santiago is a nice city, a nice place.
Yes, with our colleague Alejandra, it will be very interesting. Inshallah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.